Kia ora, good morning and welcome to this Operations and Monitoring Committee on the 11th of June 2024. Declare the meeting opened, and just an opening statement from myself. As Chair, can I remind councillors that this meeting is being live streamed and recorded and will be made available on the Bay of Plenty Regional Council website following the meeting and archived for a period of 3 years. Our purpose is to provide greater access to council debate, decision-making and encouraging openness and transparency. I also remind all present that local government decision-making affords no protection to councillors, council officers and staff for comments made in this meeting and are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined to be slanderous. So with that, good morning to those councillors, staff, members of the community present. Now, I just want to do a bit of a roll call for those online. I believe on Zoom I have Councillor Thurston, Councillor White, Councillor Nees, Councillor Eatey, Councillor Von Dadelson and Councillor McMillan. Are you all present? You can all hear us all right? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us. Perfect. That's great. Amanda's been working hard this morning to get the acoustics in this place sorted, so I'm pleased that you can all hear us all good. So those online, just in terms of apologies, I have apologies from Councillor McMillan and Councillor Paula Thompson. Kat will try and zoom in during the course of the day. Can I have a mover to receive apologies, please? Thank you, Ron. Seconded by Councillor Campbell. All those in favour, please say aye. Each carried. There's no public forum items not on the agenda. Are there any late items that are not? We're going to have a few presentations during the chair's report, but they'll just be those that are already listed in the chair's report. Order of business, no changes. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? No. So moving on to the minutes for confirmation of the Monitoring and Ops Committee presented on the 5th of March. So we were in the Whakatane District Council back in March. Would somebody like to move confirmation of minutes, please? Ron, seconded by? Yes, please, all speak. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Are there any items of clarification, amendments through the minutes? I've just got a couple, Ruben. The Kaituna rediversion in Makatu Estuary. I believe there's a public meeting in Makatu soon, because we talked about the blowout at Makatu.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. So, Pim, you've called a public meeting about blowout at Kaituna?
Tuesday next week.
Tuesday next week. Open to the public.
Can you just elaborate what you mean by blowout?
So remember we had that presentation by Jim Darm and Pim DeMonchi, and there was a presentation on the erosion, spit erosion and breach to estuary, correct?
Yep, right.
And there's about 120 metres of beachfront that's low and or eroding when the storms come in, and this is at risk of, that's the risk of blowing out, that we talked about in March.
Yep, thank you.
So it's just, and they talked about, Pim, give us sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot. Can you just brief us, come up to the microphones, brief us on the latest information, please, and why you've called, who's called this public meeting.
And what time it is too.
And what time and where.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chair, councillors. Didn't come prepared for this, but that's fine. So this is one of those projects where we think on balance it's the right thing to do. It's relatively cheap, but it's not something that we're absolutely wedded to. So it's about reducing the effects, the negative effects of something which is likely to be associated with the temporary changes in the estuary from the increased water associated with the rediversion. So DHI's modelling and the coastal geomorphological advice is that over the long term, and we're talking about 20 years, the rediversion will bring the estuary into a new equilibrium. But in the short term, the extra water is trying to widen the hydraulic capacity of the ebb tidal channels. And in doing that, it's putting pressure both on the inside and on the outside of that channel. And that's caused something like 5 or 6 meters of erosion at the back of the spit. Now, in and of itself, that's fine, because we've had plenty of sand on the coastal side. With the 3 La Nina events in a row leading up to 2023, we had quite a lot of erosion on the coastal side as well. And so Jim Darm's advice is that if we have the resources, we should do a little bit of a top up to the sand on the dune for that 120 metre stretch to reduce the risk, because there are some ecological effects. For example, on hippie beds, there are some recreational effects in terms of making it difficult for boating, and it will also cause a whole lot of sand to go into the estuary, which will benefits of the rediversion. So the proposal is that that the meeting next Tuesday be co-led by our staff and staff from the community board and the local levy. There's significant opposition to it going ahead. We'll just walk away and say, okay, it's, you could argue that it's a natural process, and we'll just let nature take its course. If the community is broadly supportive of it, the actual works themselves are relatively cheap. We think we can do it in a day or two with a bulldozer and a digger. So yeah, that's the approach we're taking.
So where and when?
Maketu Community Centre, I believe, and at 6 or 7 p.m. I'll get an invitation to all councillors.
Do it.
6 o'clock, is it, Nick? 6 o'clock, Tuesday.
Thank you. Question from Titaru.
Yeah, kia ora, Pim. Look, I understand from Jim Darm at the time that it was part of the spit that was only about a metre above high tide level, which really does create some significant exposure for some of the Maketu residents in those low-lying areas. Any comment on that? That will likely be raised, I would assume, come the meeting on Tuesday, which is a pretty significant issue, I would have thought.
That's true. So I'm not a coastal hazards expert, but Nick Newman is in the room if he wants to comment. So there is a link to the climate change adaptation plan that the local community worked out with some funding from the council. And I think, yeah, to a certain extent, you're right. Breaching of the spit at that location directly opposite the marae and some of those low-lying dwellings probably does increase their exposure until such time as the mouth migrates naturally back to the east at Okure Point, which it generally does after it breaches.
Thank you. Moving on through the minutes. So the new cameras are up at the Whakatane Bar, and I've had a look at them this morning and they look pretty sharp, so that's good. We were contributors to the Whakatane Coast Guard, and there's 2 cameras there, one swings and one is fixed. Are there any other matters arising to the minutes? Been moved and seconded, minutes been received. All those in favour, please say aye. Each carried, thank you. Right, moving on to our first presentation of the day, and I'd like to invite Alison Jews and John Burke to the presentation. Good morning, Alison. Good morning, John. We've had Alison and John in the past, and congratulations, Mr. Burke, on your recent national award. Superb for Bay of Plenty farmers to be acknowledged in the efforts you do on your own private land.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and superb, and it's for the whole team, really. And the involvement of regional council in our journey has been really important.
So, Alison, welcome back. And you presented to us in our in our hearing for long-term plan, but this is slightly different. So, floor's yours, half an hour, and let's get into it.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting us here. Probably the lay of the land will be that I'll probably do my typical, which is talk about the issues and challenges facing us, and John will fly in with the solutions. So it'll be from the ground up, and yeah. So the title of the talk was supposed to be around, land use optimization, but there's a whole lot of things, as we all understand, that are impacting on farmers and their choices moving forward. So you're probably wondering, why is there fires up there? That's part of my background. I'm a 5th generation farmer and 2nd generation vet, but was lucky enough to start off my dairy farming career on the peat in the Waikato, and worked through share milking, and then went to Australia for 15 years. And in Australia, my husband and I experienced 2 100-year droughts in the period from 2000 to 2010. And we also at one point had fires on all 3 sides of our farm. Pretty much looked like that. And so there's nothing that cuts you more deeply than farming and experiencing those sort of things and the impacts of climate change coming at us sooner than we think. We were fortunate to move back to New Zealand in 2010. Did well in Australia. Australian government supported us through those droughts. They paid our interest bill twice, and they also supported me with childcare at $30,000 a year for literally 10 years. So for New Zealanders in Australia, we're really strongly supported by the government, and they looked after their farmers in the bush, because the farmers in the bush actually protect the people in the cities. So just to illustrate that point a little bit more deeply, our New Zealand farmers are facing a whole lot of change, a whole lot of pressures, but we don't have a lot of government support. That's sort of the illustration of the levels of subsidies for farming across, in some neighbouring countries. So it's about really what we're facing, what our farmers are facing, and also the environment that we work on. We're some of the most, competitive farmers in the world without subsidies. So where to from here for us? Well, what's working, what's not working? And Kevin, when you rang me last week, I was at the Environment Court in Horizons. That's a battle that's been going on for 13 years. I think actually in 2008 that one started. And now we've just got advocates in entrenched positions fighting over a proposed one plan that's been to the Environment Court, the High Court, and they're back down now with a second plan change and still not being solved. And actually there's tunnel vision, and there are people talking past each other, which is really not taking us any further forward in a time that we need to make some rapid change. I've also, unfortunately for my son, since coming back, been involved in been an expert witness in 10 or actually 11 regional and sub-regional plans. One of them's a PC1 in Waikato. That's also in a similar position of not sort of coming to fruition after 13, 14 years. And, what we seem to have is, and I'm not sure if many of you have read Kerry Woolsnop's paper on developing agricultural policy for current times, but it's something I am very, I suppose, in tune with after being in all these regional council plans as an expert witness, defending both farmers, iwi positions, NGOs and state-owned enterprises. And I'll just pop over to, we've got a lot of challenges here: right land use, right place, farming that's fit for the land. Just jumping over to Waikato, that's the Upper Waikato suite of attributes that have just come out from the Waikato Regional Council. And you'll see on there, there's a big focus on reducing E. coli for the Upper Waikato Management Unit. And, farmers are really feeling it. There's got to be some quite significant change quite quickly in these heavily impacted catchments in a short time. But what we need to be really cognizant of is that it was only, I think, was it John, about 2008, the previous 2010, 2 successive governments allowed all these cheap credits to come in from Ukraine, of which I think Fonterra and Wairaki Pastoral were some of the biggest buyers of those cheap credits. And it allowed them to turn 25,000 hectares of pine into pasture Yes. And then Landcorp, obviously, became a leasee to 2045. 14,000 cows go onto that pine to pasture land, 600 tonnes extra of nitrogen is released into the upper Waikato over time. E. coli coming from that extra population of cows is equivalent to the population of Wellington in that area. And now we're getting to a point where these bottom lines have got to be put in place, and all of a sudden we've got to take a major haircut to allow for what went on in the last 14, 15 years. So that's our big challenge. Can we look back, but also can we look forward for what's coming? And our farmers are facing unprecedented levels of challenges ahead, including climate change overlaying that. So I suppose the conversation today is also, I'm on the same page as Kerry, really. We've got to look back. How did we get here? But also look forward about how we walk this path together with a level of transparency, having courage to say what's really coming, and also being really empathetic towards our farmers that have got to make significant change in a short time. And we can't be talking past each other. We've got to do things differently. I've just mentioned about all these court cases that are just lingering on for 14 years and we're not making a lot of progress. Widening back out at the moment, and I don't know if you're familiar, if you've read the global risks report, the key global risks that are perceived by agencies and populations. In 2 years, they're sort of saying, you know, and I ask my kids this, I say, what do you see as the biggest risk? And they go, fake news, Mum. You know, fake news, fake information, lack of trust in agencies, lack of trust in everybody around us. And this is something relatively new. I mean, I would never have predicted this 10 years ago. The other thing, you know, obviously extreme weather events, polarisation, we've seen all of this in New Zealand in the last few years. What about in 10 years though? Those other ones really bubble to the top. More frequent and extreme weather events, critical changes to earth systems. We know that's starting to happen, but it's not right in our face yet. Biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, natural resource shortages. And that's really what, I mean, I'm sounding like I'm sort of standing up here sort of going, it's all coming. And it is coming, but when farmers have got a plan 10 to 14 years ahead, it's critical that we are all thinking 10 to 14 years ahead and 20 and 30 years ahead. And in your own long-term plan, as we chatted about last time, 0.3 of a metre of sea level rise in some areas along the Bay of Plenty coast, that's pretty significant by 2040. 1.5 times the frequency of extreme weather events, almost twice the number of hot days by 2040. So what does that really mean for these low-lying areas? And you've just mentioned about low-lying areas. It means that you're going to have increased periods of soil saturation, increased saturation from these extreme weather events, and twice as many hot days, making things probably leading to less productivity on these farms. I'll dip into that a little bit later about what it means for people that have got to quite rapidly upgrade effluent systems as well. We do know that we've got some really big challenges on this low-lying land where we're going to have not only sea level rise, increased frequency of saturated soils, maybe not able to irrigate our effluent as often as we could because we've got saturated soils. And the big question is the GMPs that are being encouraged to be put in place on over half the farms on the low-lying land, are they going to be adequate, and are the measurements going to be adequate to solve the problems of those sort of attribute tables that I was talking about just previously? And these heavily impacted estuaries, as you'll be familiar, I think you've got 3 of them as grade 3 estuaries or freshwater management units along the coast here, maybe even more. And as I'm understanding from what's coming through from government, they're sort of saying they'll support catchment groups in these areas to work with farmers and also help encourage the level of change that's required both from regional councils, but also help farmers adapt to change. And these are significant reductions, as you know, that's required, but there's maybe a legacy that's got us here. And in cases like this, you know, this little Waihere estuary where further up by Bledisloe Park, and thanks Pim and others in the council that have provided some good science reports about what's caused this. We also have to be really mindful that the sediment that's lying in those estuaries is also a really big long-term source of E. coli as well. So just by putting in remediation on farm and our farmers delivering that to GMP, that's not going to necessarily solve the problem of getting rid of E. coli in these environments. So if I just extrapolate out from what we experienced in our catchment, 34,000, when I say our catchment, we were both working in the Little Waihe catchment at the Pongakawa catchment. When we first sort of got started in 2020-21, there were 75 dairy farms theoretically in the catchment. Now it's down to about 58 and dropping. But even then, 58% of the farms in the catchment had underlying coli, not GMP. A lot. You extrapolate that across what was 500 farms between Tauranga and Opotiki, which are now only 460 farms. That means that there's a significant amount of money to be spent by our farmers in quite a short time to get up to good management practice. But my concern is that good management practices still not going to be other suite of problems around that. And then we stand all these farmers who have got to spend this money in a short space of time, in 2025 or however long it is that they've got to these influence system upgrades. One could argue if they're going to spend 172 million, then maybe there's got to be a series of millions spent on in these estuaries and rivers looking for mitigations as well, because it's going to have to be a cumulative approach. But just expanding back out to what is happening, and I will sort of move on to John, hand over to John with some solutions, asking for some solutions. But the other big thing going on with farmers is that we've got our trading partners asking, based on science-based solutions, asking farmers through the industries for a lot more compliance, whether it's through New Zealand FAT Plus, whether it's Fonterra asking for Scope 3 emissions reduction plans. And that's because the world knows that a lot of our food systems are exerting a huge pressures on the environment. And a big one, I mean, we're already starting to feel the effects of beef not being able to be exported if it's been on deforested land since 2020. I've got these issues here. And another really big focus is going to be the extent of biodiversity loss. And talking to Fonterra, they are now sort of saying that potentially they're going to be offering premiums for people that are demonstrating nature positive farming solutions. So it's a good thing. How can we all work together as catchment groups and councils and leading farmers to show the way on that? And we've got a leading farmer just here who's been planning that for 20 years. I'm not going to go into them all in detail, but these are examples of the sort of demonstrations, and they've got to be legitimate demonstrations by farmers that they have got Scope 3 emissions reductions plans to be providing their product to market. So we're all familiar, I imagine, with Scope 3 emissions reductions, but this is going to be basically ensuring that farmers can have their farms and their products market ready for the future. So how do we see this behaviour change happening? And again, I've probably put this up a few times. We've got our demographic profile of farmers. Maybe some of these guys are going to be moving out of the industry. Regional councils across the country have been trying to bring the laggards up to GMP. Moving forward, catchment groups, lighthouse farmers, industries are going to have to all be working hard together, shoulder to shoulder, towards what market requests are. Farmers really just want straightforward messaging. And the hard thing is with some of our, regional plans and policies and rules, they're not always that straightforward to understand or interpret. And remember, they're not necessarily dealing with all the market demands that are now coming to bear on farmers as well. Generally, it's around freshwater biodiversity coming from regional councils. Farmers have got a whole lot more to juggle. So I think, you know, to be fair, our farmers have been caught between two worlds. In the past, you know, we've had a lot of encouragement, permissive regimes, permissive lending regimes, permissive resource allocation regimes, where they've been encouraged to produce more milk, intensify land, and produce more output for more profit. But moving forward, you know, it's going to be the consumer pressure and hopefully catchment groups working together with regional councils, mana whenua, to help these farmers move forward with agility and pace. It's the myths that got us here. It's permissive regimes, you know, farming for the good year will make you a lot of money and that'll be the best way to go. And as a result, you know, we've been encouraged to intensify, as I've mentioned a couple of times. When we talk about what's a market-ready farm now, it's either a farm that you can hand on to your children or that you feel comfortable about bringing your children onto, but also being market ready for what the global requirements and trade partners want. And it's a whole lot more than just, am I compliant with my waterways fenced and my effluent system? Is that compliant? It's all these other things now that we have to take into account. And a big one, you know, are we ready for these sort of events? Coming back to, you guys will probably be familiar with the fact that animal numbers across your coastal Bay of Plenty and dairy farms are declining. It's just in our catchment alone, it was 75 down to 58 and probably dropping. What's causing it? It's a whole range of pressures. A lot of mental stress, shortage of labour, people going to once a day, the threat of having to spend a whole lot of money to upgrade and not being certain about your future, even if you do upgrade your systems. And the other big one is if you're slightly further away from the markets, is the cost of fuel, transport for food, and bringing food in for animals. And then these other big things that are just pushing our guys into a bit of a catatonic state is what the market and what the industries are wanting. So I think just in this region alone, I looked at the stats from Dairy NZ from 2019 through to now, and we've had about a 12% reduction in cow numbers along the coast. But in your heavily impacted freshwater management units, in our one alone, probably lost about 6,000 cows in the last 5 years, just people exiting dairy or reducing herd numbers and constraining and optimising the farm systems. And personal communication with people in Waitahi, I think there was about 6,000 cows there, and that's reduced by around 1,000 as well over the same time with land use change and other pressures. So a recent study by Richie McDowell in 5 well-monitored dairy catchments over the last 20 years showed that good management practices, when they were enforced on farm, they seem to have helped retard the decline. So they've protected the situation, but have had very little improvement, and certainly not much improvement at all in nitrate, nitrogen as well. So we've really got to be thinking about the next 15 years to 2040. In the short term, I'd be saying, is that end of pipe cleanup, will that do the job? Probably not. This is about land use transition, and we've got to all lean into this together about what are the ways that we can help these farmers transition on the back of what's been very permissive regimes leading them into these situations. Just going back to that, I do want to just reinforce that, you know, we could probably see a few unlined ponds and difficult land for discharging effluent onto. Just reinforce that that money being spent there in those places may not be, it may be nowhere near enough to achieve moderate states of health in estuaries due to things like the benthnic reservoir of E. coli in the bottom of rivers and estuaries, but also the fact that there's even our dairy effluent storage calculator. I'm going into a bit of detail here, but the calculator that's used for working out effluent storage to be compliant is not taking into account these extra weather events, nor the higher frequency of saturated soils. So if farmers are to spend 500,000 get them there, it's not likely to be enough to look after them for 15 years. I don't know what the period of their consent would be, but it will be being an inadequate projection. So I suppose, where do we go with policy evolving and all getting on the same page together? We've got to go from narrowly informed, talking past each other, static policies, siloed policies that aren't really dealing with the current landscape our farmers are in, to and being a lot more multidisciplinary and diverse and dynamic. And I'm not a planner, but our policies do have to be dynamic and responsive and test driven. And that's where catchment groups can be really good. They can be a petri dish for us to test policies and to test science with innovative farmers that are agile and obviously culturally inclusive and the community empowerment for climate resilience. Now I'll hand over to John now, because we have talked about John's going to come up with solutions. Between us probably and his brother, we've got over 100 years of farming experience under our belts, but that's showing our age, isn't it?
Yeah. Thanks, Alison, and kia ora koutou. Thanks for inviting us here today, and also thank you to the councillors that were able to visit our farm. It's a real life thing, and then out of that we've won this award, which is fantastic. So Alison and I and my brother, we sort of talk about how can we take our little microcosm of our farm and use the learnings from that to assist and drive change that we need to, that Alison's talking about, at the pace and within the time frame that Alison's talking about. And we sort of, and where do regional councils fit into that? Because they actually, you guys established the why for us, what we needed to do, but you also have a whole lot of resources that we need to free up and make available to farmers so they can really establish the vision of what they need to do at farm scale, from what you guys are establishing at a regional and catchment scale. And also alongside that, if you look out to the right, the being market ready, aligning what the market requires with your planning and your requirements as well is really important. So we've recognised sort of, and with Alison and inputs from others, advisors, we've sort of put together what we call our 10-step freshwater farm planning process, or land environmental planning process, what you'd step through on that. And I won't go into that in detail, but it deals with all the little balls that Alison was showing. And there's a whole lot of stuff us farmers have to deal with. But alongside that, we've got freshwater quality, we've got ecology, we've got environmental restoration, which is where you provide the input. So out to the left there is your regional council resources. And what we need as farmers is the why. So setting those catchment objectives, and we had that in Te Mania. And in many respects, the Bay Plenty Regional Council as well, resource in terms of developing the science-based evidence for farmers to act on. But alongside that, where we're lacking is developing a landscape plan for our catchments. And looking ahead, as Alison said, understanding what we need to do in terms of land use change in our catchments, looking out 15, 20, 30 years, taking into account climate change, sea level rise, what do our landscapes need to look like to achieve our objectives on a catchment basis? And that's scary stuff. And I think, you think, okay, well, if we painted that picture, we're going to be wiping out a whole lot of our dairy land, but we need to be honest and courageous and get that out on the table. Otherwise, it's what's the opposite on honesty? It's deceitfulness, you could say. We've got to be honest with our farmers. Otherwise, it's death by 1,000 cuts. So for us, having a long-term landscape plan sets the basis for what we need to do at farm scale. So if you look at that, the box out to the left there, if we blow that up, there's a bit more detail of what we need from our regional councils to help us drive change on the land as farmers. Nice photo on the right there, that's the top of our farm. Good view when you're up there doing a bit of mahi. But mostly have my head down. Anyway, back to the solutions. But we talked about inform the science-based why. That's really, really important. And as I said, Bapalea Regional Council is ahead in that game. And then around that, provide the vision and objectives to deliver in 10, 20, 30 years, because this is a staged approach. And we talk with our farm, we talk about taking 25 years, and that was a staged approach. Do that for our catchments, and now that will inform what we need to do on a farm scale in terms of land use change and systems change. So it's mapping is really important. That paints the picture. So a mapping, a highly erodible red zone pastoral land. That doesn't necessarily mean that all 25-degree slope land needs to be retired into native bush, but we have got highly erodible land. It's a geology-based assessment, LUC-based assessment. You go to Hawke's Bay, it's pretty obvious where that red zone land is. That land ideally needs to go into native. Mapping of wood overland flow paths, former wetlands, REPL and CSA. That says a picture of what we need to do in terms of establishing wetlands and protecting our riparian areas. We need to create ecological zones for native planting. So that creates that whole ecology restoration and no-go zones for exotic planting. And that's where we've made a lot of mistakes around New Zealand. And I think regional councils are addressing this now, but we should have zones where you're not planting pine trees. No way. So we need to know what the footprint of that planting plan or landscape plan looks like. We need funding assistance. There's no way farmers can afford to do this without assistance, and that's how you helped us. I mean, so you look at on a regional, catchment regional or national scale, without funding assistance, farmers struggling. We have, and Doug would testify this, it's it's real tough out there at the moment. So, and it will be probably tough going forward. So we need funding assistance to get this mahi done. Integrated weed and pest control is an important component of what we need as well. And we're battling weeds in terms of our restoration. So we need to build that integrated approach into our program. That doesn't mean that regional council has to go and start dealing with the weeds, but you need to harness, and we all need to harness the resource that's out there to deal with our weeds. So it's education and awareness. It's every man, woman and child, you could say, in terms of harnessing the community to start dealing with the weeds. And that becomes a doable exercise if we do that. The other thing that's really important, which Alison touched on, is with the market requirements coming through, we need to align our thinking with responsible procurement by the brand owners to meet customer requirements. So that's our brand owners like Zespri, Fonterra, Silver Fern Farms. They are actually a resource for us. You know, in terms of, say, compliance around effluent disposal, if they have to meet customer requirements, they should be demanding that of their suppliers, as part of that process, rather than them standing back and relying on regional councils to do that mahi for them. So that's getting that alignment. And likewise with our services and suppliers, our fertiliser companies, our consultants, our forestry companies, our banks, getting that alignment of what we want to achieve in our catchments as well. Pim and I are dealing with the moment trying to get balance fertiliser engaged with starting to understand what they need to do to help us to reduce catchment loadings from NNP loss in Waikukupu. Struggling to get any response out of them. So we've been drafting a few letters, haven't we, Pim? But I mean, they're a resource as well. We've got to, if we just stand back and let them to carry on BAU, we're not going to get anywhere. So we've got to align all those service providers as well. One of the things, like on our farm and on most farms, we've got room to move, to make our land use change, alter our farming systems, etc. But a lot of farmers have nowhere to go. And there's a lot of those farmers on that low-lying land. We need to paint the picture going forward, get the truth out, and then start to work on exit mechanisms or land use changes that are viable for them to stay on that land. That's the elephant in the room, I think, and that's probably stopping us from making those changes. And obviously, the key role with regional council also is to monitor progress against those objectives and enforce compliance from the laggards to drag that bell curve forward. That's probably all I need to say, Alison.
So, we've got any questions?
Well. Thank you for that. Thank you, John and Alison. And there's questions already on the line. And are there any questions from the floor? And then I'll come to you, Andrew and Te Taru. Questions from within the room? Councillor Shirley?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Alison, John. Fascinating. And yeah, it's a fantastic paper. I agree. Really good. Should be compulsory reading. You mentioned, the economic instrument of carbon credits and how the whole emission trading system, largely through political interference, got turned into junk bonds, in essence, with the Ukrainian deal, and there's a whole history to that. But we're sort of doing the nitrogen trading too, and the Rotorua Lakes particularly. Would you have a view on the integrity of that and how that's working? That's question one. Question two was biodiversity credits. What are your thoughts in terms of the potential for biodiversity credits as a market instrument?
Thanks for that. I'll share that for me. Bit of a hot seat answering that. Thanks. Because I was one of the first to trade some nitrogen in Lake Rotorua. And it comes back to almost what Kerry's saying in her paper, that early adopters enter these arrangements thinking that everything's going to stay the same and stay static, and it's going to be transparent, and it's going to pan out well with rewards for the early adopters. But I think because things aren't always that transparent, and I would link back to the incentives trading and how it's worked, it doesn't always end up rewarding the early adopters. And I think we're seeing a little bit of recalcitrance going on in Rotorua because of a bit of lack of transparency. So I think, and there's been a lot of complications there. I fully understand that, with the fact that overseers kept changing. You guys have, basically regional councils tried to keep up to date with overseer updates, which has added another layer of complexity that Taupo didn't have. But I think probably there could be a rethink on how things have been done in the Rotorua catchment, and we could learn from it. And that's certainly a topic of discussion in the Environment Court last week as well, that subsequent councils are really nervous about another Lake Rotorua occurring anywhere else if overseers to be used as part of regulation. We all understand it's probably the best tool to be used, but it's what's wrapped around that. And this is a very long conversation, so maybe you and I should have a cup of coffee at some point to discuss. So biodiversity credits, yes, that would be great. I noticed that Waikato Regional Council's done a full carbon inventory on the whole region, taken into account all the emissions from the flood, from their flood schemes as well, obviously from the peat areas, because we talked about that last time as well. And they're now saying that they are going to partner with farmers to try and do all the offsets from obviously their 40 or 50,000 hectares of peat in the Hauraki Plains. So I'm not sure if your carbon accounting has taken into account the emissions from the peat in your flood schemes. Don't know, I couldn't see it when I read the report, so it doesn't look like it has been, but I stand to be corrected.
I just think what the comment you made there, Alison, leads to the macroeconomic effect, which I think you touched on with your biodiversity credits, because I think when we start to look at that macro effect, a lot of the funding of this work that we need to do on farms just becomes common sense from an economic point of view. That site there is around in Hawke's Bay Regional Council. They need to retire about 250,000 hectares of highly erodible land. If it was funded 100% and they mitigated another Gabriel within 30 years, you're going to have an internal rate of return of over 20%. So it just makes absolute sense to do that. They start looking at carbon and those sorts of things and overlaying that. and wrapping that into a biosecurity credit or whatever, because that's what farmers need, is that economic incentive to assist that land use change.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ken.
Questions on, councillor
Thanks, Chair. I've got a lot of questions here. So, very good, Alison and John, but I think sometimes we look at the problem in isolation as opposed to the overall macroeconomic drivers that are in front of the country. So if you take the current administration by way of government is essentially saying we want more primary production activity. That runs in conflict with this fundamentally, apart from the issues that Alison raises in terms of where do you make your money as opposed to what you get in terms of offsets. The other question, Alison, is you made the reference regarding E. coli, and regional councils across the country are hell-bent on E. coli. It's a science, yes it is, but it's a science not only in terms of the science around E. coli, but it's also gets into the area of what do you call those scientists who look at bodily functions and all that stuff?
Physiology.
Right?
Physiology.
Yeah, no, not physiology. I'll think of it.
Microbiomes.
Microbiology. So my understanding of E. coli, it is an indicator of more dangerous, more critical risk things that the population at large suffers from. I don't see that being reflected in regional councils. And as you raised, there are those who say we want a 90% or an 80% reduction in E. coli. My words, they're in fairyland because of the benthic nature of how that E. coli ended up in the sediments, coastal sediments, river sediments, over probably 100 years. So I'd be interested in your comment as to whether that is ever going to be changed. As you said, John, the elephant in the room is where is the balance between idealism and the reality? Because it'll be a long transition to get out of this. If you take, for instance, Alison, you mentioned the reduction in terms of dairy cow numbers, Coastal Bay of Plenty, Hauraki Plains, Northland, Southland. If you took the idealistic approach to all those lands that were settled in the 60s and 70s by way of Crown through lands and surveys, ballot farms and all that, the question has to be asked. Are the idealists suggesting that they all be wound out and go back into wetlands? Or, as you said, John, is the real honest discussion, well, any economic activity which reflects in the standard of living that we have as a country, should there be an understanding and balance between that economic activity and what level of compromise we expect in the pure environmental area? I know there's a lot of questions here.
There's a lot of questions there, but yeah, I get forward to, yeah.
Shall I just quickly answer that E. coli question?
Yeah.
So Doug, you're right. E. coli is the most readily available proxy that's available for regional councils, easy to test for the presence of pathogenic bacteria in our environment or in waterways. It appears that it's associated with sediment is a big thing, and that's why rainfall sometimes increases it as well, but rainfall doesn't always increase it. And to your point, is it an appropriate proxy for pathogenic bacteria? One would argue not, because it doesn't pick up things like salmonella. It doesn't pick up, it's sort of linked to Campylobacter, but it doesn't link to things like Yersinia, Mycobacterium avian paratuberculosis, which is the Johne's disease organism. Doesn't pick up that, doesn't pick up Cryptosporidia and the amoebic things, as well as Yersinia and things like that. So it's quick and easy, but it's crude as well. And the reason why I say it's crude is that we're testing it in water at points in time. And I think the PCE just came out and said that if we want to be honest about these tests that are being done by regional councils across the country, we need to spend 500% more money and time. And we need to be doing 5 times the amount of testing rather than just sort of monthly or 2 weekly times in periods of the year. The other thing is bacteria live in sediments. They're really clever little creatures and they form biofilms on the sediment, and things like certain bugs will be released 55 months later. So if you're just doing spot tests at certain times with this potentially crude measure, but it's cheap, you're going to be missing a whole lot of stuff. And that's why I said shoehorning farmers into expensive upgrades now based on attributes at a certain point that's measured at a certain point in time is only one part of the story. And that's why I'm sort of saying we've got to get away from tunnel vision. We've got to look at things contextually. And because these problems are complex, and we've got to have the courage to say they're complex and look at alternative solutions. And yeah, you're right, 140,000 hectares of lowlands that are intensified across New Zealand. It's a huge macroeconomic issue for the country that no one's really talking about. Waikato's just starting to, about land use change.
I agree with Doug, what Doug was saying, though. We need to balance the idealistic approach with the realism. But I think we have the modelling to look ahead as to what areas of those lands will seriously be under threat and will need to go out of farming back into wetland. There will be areas. But that's where our regional councils need to show leadership on that. But rather than sort of say, oh, well, it's in the too hard basket, we need to paint that picture now so that we can stage land use change if we need to going forward. So it's really important. It's that honesty and courageousness that we need for farmers to be able to see where they're going in the next 10, 20, 30 years. Otherwise, we'll have further wasted capital.
Councillor Tutaru White.
Yeah, kia ora, John Ellison, and congratulations, John, on your awards. And it was nice to see you guys down at the Science Challenge the other day. So, but hey, look, thank you for your presentation. I thought it was great. You know, on my reflection, really, it was great in terms of intergenerational changes to reality. It's you know, the fact that we have to be ideal. You know, the idealism versus reality. Part of the reality, if you look at the Waihi history, is that people get poisoned eating the pippies to many of the communities. That's the reality. The other reality, though, is it's going to take some change over time. And what I liked about your particular presentation is it actually was time. We're looking at time and what we could do over that time to reset. And so your farm and what you've done there, and the awards, no doubt, attribute to the fact that you're looking for change over time and you're taking the steps forward. So I think it's a real good marker. For me, I think the issue around resolving and moving forward is relationships, John and Alison. And I know that we're very keen in the way he is to create those relationships and build on them. And we had the two ministers, both Hoggard and Mr. Watts, on site there, talking about, getting some feedback from farmers, from iwi, from communities involved. And I think the real magic in that was the relationship and understanding that we can do these things together, and that's what it's going to take. But from an iwi point of view, and I'll say this, that the reality is an intergenerational change. They talk about well-being, that's over time, and nobody's expecting that change to happen in this generation, which is really, really important as well to loop in our next generations about the changes that we're planning in this particular space. So I just wanted to congratulate you first and foremost, John and Alison, on your presentation. I thought it was great. And Alison, in the context of the incentive program, I was there for the first 3 years and you were part of the negotiations we had. I actually empathise with you in terms of the early adapters. They were in a space where they came on board. I think there was greater transparency over that 3 years. We got 20 tonnes. Suddenly things have slowed. So you'd have to argue in support of sometimes there's a transparency issue of understanding where things are at and how we do the business of acquiring that nitrogen. So Doug, it's not so much, and the chair, it's not so much a question. It's just sort of supporting what John in the presentation and looking forward to a relationship that can actually make this happen. Very long-winded statement, but I wanted to make it.
Thank you, Titaru. So thank you for those comments. So we'll go straight to Councillor Von Dettelson. Andrew, you online?
Yeah, thank you. Look, Alison and John, fantastic presentation. I'm going to actually not ask you a question. I'm going to ask staff to respond to this because I think it's a regional council issue. And I'll just give a little bit of history. Back in 2016, when I went back on council, one of the first meetings I had was out at the Kaituna, and I noticed unlined pond right beside the river, and it was leaching nutrients into the river. Totally unacceptable. I told staff to call the consent in. They said they couldn't do it. That was Chris Ingle and Pim DeMonchi, who was with me that day. And I was shocked. Since then, I was the Water Commission did a hearing PC6, which I was part of, and our staff recommended in the Kaituna catchment good practice. And I said no. I pushed back on it with our commissioners and said we have to maintain best practice. Alison, I am shocked today to hear you say that 58% of the properties that flow into the Pokawa catchment, Little Waihi, have got unlined ponds still. 2016 was 8 years ago when I made submissions to our staff to actually get their bum into gear and do something about it. John, you've given us one way that we could do it, and that's to talk to the Fonterras of this world and stop people who have unlined ponds from supplying milk. I don't know what the answer is, but I cannot understand why we cannot call in consents when there is poor practice in place. I want Chris Ingle and Pim DeMonchi to answer me what have we got wrong? We need a pragmatic approach. John has given us some answers, and maybe it is going to Fonterra. But anyway, thank you very much, you two, for your presentation. Really appreciate it. But I do want staff to actually stand up on this issue because it's just hasn't been good enough. It's 8 years, and the one that I noticed at the time, that farm has since been sold, and they now have a lined pond with a new owner. But if you're telling me 58% are still unlined, that is just not acceptable for us as a regional council, and I want to see some action. Can you answer, please?
Just while they're coming up, Andrew, thanks for that. 58% weren't up to best management practice. There would be a component of those unlined. I know that a lot of the consents have got to be brought up to good management practice, I won't say best, by 2025. So I think a lot of them are going through that process. And when I said to upgrade or exit, simply because of the cost of upgrading or meeting the good management practice requirements. Good management practice is a little bit different from best management practice. Best management practice would say that there's no effluent discharge on saturated soils. And I'm not sure that all the consents have got that in there yet either.
Plan change.
Hold on, Andrew. Hold on, Andrew. Hold on. Wait on. There's some staff want to comment on your statement too. So, Pim, did you want to chip in there as well? And then we're going to move on because I think we've got the message. Pim?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. In response to your question, Councillor Van Dalen, that particular farm, at Ford Road, system upgraded to the bladder system not long after that, consistent with council's policy. So when the consents expire, there is a requirement that those landowners upgrade their systems to the bladder. We look around the region at the number of changes that have occurred since 2016, it would be huge. That 58% figure refers to a situation that Alison and John encountered when they began their work in the catchment, not the situation as it is today. I don't know if Ella or Jackson have any detail that they'd like to add to that, but we can bring the figure back to you in terms of what changes happened over the last 8 years in terms of lighting.
John, thank you very much. Been enlightening. Have we got a copy of that? Amanda, we got a copy of that presentation. We can use, because I mean, there's a lot of detail in there. We need to go back and have a look. And yeah, so we've got a copy. We can use it for our own reference. So thank you very much. You're enlightening us, and we enjoy your discussions, and congratulations once again, John.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to carry on. I know morning tea is close, but we'll carry on and do some of the chair's report. That's, and I want to the maritime oil spill response capacity we're going to put that into September. Move straight into the chairperson's report. And Tim, did you just want to come up and do some of that presentation on the slides for Cutwater Road in terms of what you are looking at going forward, because there's been a sort of a just information. Thank you.
And thank you, and I'll try and be nice and quick so that morning tea isn't held up too much. We were in this room in November last year when we last spoke about this project, and councillors have been aware that there's been quite a lot of work both on science and on potential costs. So where we got to with a good option, following of what the Wetlands Drainage Society, what farmers and what the council wanted out of the wetland, we came to this idea that we'd like to have 20 hectares of coastal wetland and 10 hectares of treatment wetland, which is on the next slide, Amanda. So in this concept design, everything on the bottom left is identified as treatment wetland, and everything on the top and right is identified as that option isn't achievable. The costs associated with delivering that were too high, and the land is too low for the optimal water levels to achieve the salt marsh environment that people wanted to see. So with land shrinkage due to drainage and with the water levels in the estuary, at the back end of the estuary there, that option wasn't possible. So we've been doing some further thinking, and we have come up with what we think is something that is very close to meeting all of those objectives, but is different to this concept. Involves creating only a small coastal wetland in that 3 hectare brownish coloured zone on the right hand side of Cutwater Road, and that is where the land is highest. So the land will support salt marsh in that area if we connect it to Pukahina Canal by way of a culvert and put a relatively short bund around it at lower cost. The bulk of the area will form a treatment wetland, but remain isolated hydraulically from the 2 canals that surround it. By keeping it isolated from the 2 canals that surround it, we minimise the costs of construction. So we minimise the engineered bund costs to isolate it from the surrounding farmland, and we minimise the 90,000 cubic metres of earthworks that were suggested that we would need if we wanted to create a hydraulic connection to the Ponga Canal at the bottom end of the tree. So as you can see, there's a proposed pump station just to the left of that little wee car park zone on Cutwater Road. As you reach the land, the water would then flow through a relatively flat zone between some low-level bunds, making use of the historic channels of the Ponga Tower and canals, and arrive at pump station 10 at the top left of the screen there, and then discharge in a cleaner state into the ratio. Because we're decreasing the optimization of the wetland design, but increasing the ratio, the proportion of the catchment within wetland, we believe will be similar results from this at much lower cost. So the current estimated costs for this lie at approximately the same level as what is in the draft LTP capital project, which is $1.5 million. Spent a lot of time trying to work out how can we get close to what everyone wants out of this land within the cost envelope and budget that we have. Some of the significant costs at the moment, moving the power line. There's a power line through there which the PowerCo says needs a bit of work. That's about $350,000. The new pump station at the top end is about $500,000, and the rest of it are in earthworks funding and hydraulic connectivity. There's a few benefits and disadvantages here. Don't want to take up too much of your time, but I just wanted to highlight to councillors that we think we have found a way through that doesn't break the bank, that is potentially scalable on neighbouring properties, and will achieve the primary objective of cleaning up the estuary by reducing the contaminant load from the farming catchment that feeds into that piece of land. Our next proposed steps are a fatal flaws assessment. So is there anything in this design that would stop it from functioning as we expect? So we've got a few people working on different parts of that. Obviously, one of the downsides of having it hydraulically separated from the two canals is that we don't get the fish passage benefits that we would have otherwise, except for in that 3 hectare portion on the right hand side. Additional consultation with Te Wahapū Waihi, Drainage Society and the farmers, but I note that we have support from all 3 of those groups for this proposed option. Cool. Further refinement of the concept and due diligence, and we expect to go through a consenting process later on this winter, leading to construction this summer.
I asked you the question last time. How long the water's going to be pumped in, pumped out? We're still at this stage. How long is it in the wetland for?
We haven't answered that question definitely for this design, but we tend to aim for 3 days.
3 to 4 days. Okay. Are there any questions to Pim about this? Crosby?
Similar to yours, Chair. Seems a little odd from a sustainability point of view, pump in, pump out. But I guess you have to. While you may be pumping these things going full bore, and I'm assuming a large amount of water.
You, Mr. Chair, the volume isn't actually that large, and it's quite consistent through the year. So with the low-lying nature of the land here, there's a sort of consistent flow it's not too high, but it is quite manageable. I don't have the volume at my fingertips, but I can get that back to you. There is a proposal that during flood, pump station 11, which discharges directly into the Pokiahina Canal, would continue to operate without using the wetland, but at all other times, the water from that whole discharge via the stream. I think the other thing, just reflecting on the previous presentation, if we want to get away from a solution like this, which will allow the farms upstream of this land to remain viable, we are talking about a retreat of a much more significant nature to get into the higher elevation land. So I said to you that the land, this 30 hectares of land is too low to lie within the optimal range for salt marsh. And in fact, the land would only dry out on about 3 tidal cycles in a neap spring lunar cycle. It's so low. And that means if we want to get away from the pump situation, we do need to go much closer to State Highway 2 to get into that salt marsh optimum elevation. I see this as a good option for the next few decades at least, that responds to the challenges that we have with water quality and climate change adaptation, but doesn't in the process cripple all of the businesses that operate on that floodplain.
Councillor Shirley?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Pim, I'm just a bit confused. You say that the land's too low for salt marsh. with the elevation. And typically salt marsh, well, species like Juncus and that is around the area of estuaries. But if it's too low for that, what are the species that are going to be in the wetland, or is it just going to be open water? And if that's the case, usually the common stuff, and mangrove are at a lower profile down the elevation of the estuary, but below the salt marsh. Will it fill up with mangroves? Will that be a maintenance issue, or is the intention just to have it as open water?
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, the proposal is to retain the stop banking around the land and so isolate it from tidal flows. Levels of water, wetlands to treat the water quality as the water moves through it. If we were to connect the land to the estuary or the rivers or canals with a bridge or with culverts, then we would result in a ponded situation with water up to 900 millimetres deep. The mangroves or potentially at Opal at the very back if the salinity was low enough. I'm not doing that. So the proposal is only to connect that piece on the right hand side to the tide. That land lies a little higher, so it will be possible to establish salt marsh.
So there's no, this is just wetlands with no plantings, there's no plants.
We are proposing to do some planting, but as you will have seen from the land, the rushes are doing their best to grow at the moment, and we think with this change, enhancement planting sort of at around the 1,500 stems per hectare, rather than 4,000 stems per hectare, which would be a more common outcomes. Enhance nature's efforts to vegetate it.
But if it's truly below the elevation of salt marsh, what species are going to be there? And without plant matter, you're not going to get any nutrient cleanup or absorption of nutrients.
So it's only below the optimal range for salt marsh if we hydraulically connect it to controls. We're not proposing to do that. We're proposing to leave it in its current state, isolated from tidal connection. That's what presents us with the fish passage problem, but it presents us with the opportunity to create treatment wetland, freshwater treatment wetland on the 27th.
More detail to come, Pim. I mean, this is early, this concept you only sort of last week, so there's lots more to come to. But you can do it within the budgets and the current LTP.
Because what I would like from councillors is delegated authority to continue through the consenting process with this concept design, but to come back to you before we purchase any construction activity. Is that a sensible way forward? Not asking for a resolution.
I know, can't give you a resolution today, but this is concept. Keep us briefed, keep us up to date. Yeah, a lot more detail to come. I think we've got to dwell on this too, like you. You know, it's what we thought we were going to get when we bought. But we will. And there's some other bits of land that could be linked into this as well, possibly. You talked about that.
Correct, yes. So
Is it a bit sensitive at the moment?
it's not sensitive. So the Ministry for the Environment has asked us to present a variation proposal to the Freshwater Improvement Use Code. A scenario, staff at MFE that they can negotiate that variation with us. Could potentially see a further $2 million from the ministry contributed towards scaling this project on adjacent properties, which would get us a couple of steps closer towards that korowai, if you like, of treatment wetlands surrounding these. Not all the land involved needs to be acquired. There are landowners there who are happy to selling, but not all.
Detail to come, but so through the chair's report, there's some information there about the Whakatane boat harbour. So can I have Fraser Tolman and Pete McLaren, can you come up and just tell us an update on the Whakatane boat harbour, please, in terms of where we're up to, the latest information, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, councillors. There's a report, the section in the chairman's report that has had some updates to it as of last week. The last stakeholder hui that was held in this room on the 13th of March, the barriers to that project getting underway that we have control of were certification of the last management plan, which was the Site and Soil Contamination Management Plan, or SSCMP. Authority for the works in proximity or excavations in proximity with our council stock bank, and the finalisation and payment of the bond. So the bylaw authority has been given. They were waiting on a final invoice.
This is the Rivers and Drainage Bylaw Authority. Yes, our own bylaw.
And as of last Friday, we were comfortable to certify that final management plan. There's a process where that is formalised with a letter, which will occur sometime this week. But we've communicated to the consent holder that at this stage we're comfortable to certify that management plan. So the final barrier to work commencing will be recalculating the bond amount. And the way we'll do that is assess the risk through the management plan as to methodologies and a plausible worst case scenario that a bond may be required. So we'll recalculate that. The terms of the bond agreement have been agreed by all parties, so the wording has been agreed. It's now just the dollar amount. We'll hope to have that done by the end of this week.
So in terms of the contaminants, we spent quite a bit of money, I think it was 50K, to do some on-site testing. Do you have the results of that?
I'm going to defer to Pete for the technical. Mr. Chair.
I think that's really important that we. Yeah, and I think you've got some slides there too, Pete. So that's perfect. Councillor Nees, I'll come to you at the end of this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and a look at the overview of the site.
Yep.
Remind people where it is and what they plan to do. In yellow there is the Whakatane Boat Harbour site. Stage 1 and 2 in the northern area is the thing that they want to do first. Take the wood waste out in stage 1, and that's what the contamination management plan is for, to govern the removal of that wood waste. And then once that's gone, come back in stage 2 and excavate the marina basin. Added on that slide, the proximity of the board mill, where the old Pinex sawmill was, and up in the top right there, containment site 3, which is the regional council owned site for
That's what we did for the Kopi Canal.
Kopi Canal blocks.
Where you are.
So if we just pop to the next slide. I'm not going to read out all of these things, but just to remind ourselves where we've been on this. It's been a long process to get this certified. The original consent came through as a fast track consent, and it was supported by some preliminary site investigations. They didn't ask the right question for the contamination that's there at the moment, and so we couldn't rely on them. And once we suspected that there was other contamination on the site, we asked for more work to be done, and more to be sought. Fraser has said, I've just got off a meeting yesterday actually with Adel Dillamore, and Friday again decided that this, we're sufficiently reassured to certify the management plan. We think it can be done safely. Part of the reason is that some of the waste to be removed will itself be governed by other resource consents to deposit that waste if it's in the Bay of Plenty. So we get the specific sites that might be chosen. And if we have a look at the next slide, please. These are the results of the dioxin tests in the northern part of the site. And
This is just stage, no, this
this
is
is just stage one.
stage one. Yep, know where you are.
So it's the northern part of the site, and then to the north of that picture is where containment site 3 is. Hello there.
Andrew will fix it.
And a clicker.
So for most of the site, dioxin is present at trace levels. But we've got this problem in the very northern part of the site. There the levels are high enough that we can neither leave it in place nor put it outside of a secure contained area. And the proposal from the developer is that the spare space available in CS3 and let's put it in there. Now, the regional council's policy is any additional waste in there, there has to be a change to the consent, and we'll look at what it is. And councillors might recall that in that site is dredged material from the Kopiopio Canal, and some poplar trees have been planted in through the containment. Fungi have been introduced, and that is hopefully going to break down that waste. And I guess what staff were nervous of is that if we introduced other kinds of waste, would it interfere with that bioremediation? I think there's a really small risk that it would, but we still want to ask the question. The reason why I think the risk is quite small is the Kopi waste is in containment bags. And if this extra waste here was to go in, it'll be in some kind of bag. And I don't think we're talking about spreading it all over the top of the existing waste, but there's sufficient risk that we want to be sure. The interesting thing about the waste shown in orange there is its source is different from the majority of waste on site. So this is a very early stage of deposition, and it's almost certainly from an old Inex sawmill that has caused so many problems only with dioxin contamination of both the environment and of course the health on the workers. So we're going way back to the late 1980s of putting that on site. Dioxin's a persistent chemical, doesn't break down, but if we just move on to the next slide, please. One of the things with dioxin is that number 4 here, dioxin chemicals bind strongly to sediment and organic matter. And basically, if you pick up the sediment and take it somewhere, you take the contamination with it. So a secure deposition sites are a really good option. And there's one very close. And as long as they reassure the regional council that it doesn't interfere with what's going on that site, it seems like a really good option. PFAS chemicals are a little bit different. They're present right across the site. Their source is from the board mills themselves. So they are marvelous chemicals for industrial processes. They're coating chemicals. They separate out the environment from more vulnerable materials. So, for example, on your couch, that might be vulnerable to a red wine stain. You put on the old formulation of Scotchgard, that puts a barrier on, separates out your wine from that great chemical, very popular. However, it's poisonous. Or it was poisonous. So they've changed that formulation just to reassure. So we're going back to the 2000s. They're also soluble, so they move around. If you move the PFAS waste and put it somewhere else, it could be washed off it and create another contaminated site. So we have to be careful about that. The levels of PFAS waste were very low, and the proposal was to adopt a draft set of guidelines, New Zealand and Australian guidelines. If the PFAS in the waste was below those guidelines, for it to be available to be put anywhere in the Bay of Plenty. And we didn't like that. We didn't like the idea of adopting a draft ahead of the draft being released. And I'll give you an example of why that's important. And it's a very recent example, and it's about PFAS. I mentioned Scotchgard and also Teflon. That has a chemical called PFOA. It's a specific PFAS chemical. And the New Zealand drinking water standard for that is 560 parts per trillion. Okay, very small amount. However, in the States, it was 90 parts per trillion. So we were some way above that. Now, in April, the US EPA reduced it to 4 parts per trillion. Now, 4 parts per trillion, really hard to get your head around a tiny amount like that. People say, well, it's a drop in a swimming pool. It's not quite that. But if you imagine a 40-foot shipping container, you're in the Tauranga traffic and you've got one of the really big rigs next to you with a big container, one drop in that is about. Very, very low concentrations, very big concerns. So, carcinogenic is implicated in breast cancers. It's implicated in raising your cholesterol levels artificially and holding them up there, and a host of other things. Reason why I and my colleagues were really uncomfortable about adopting a draft is exactly that. You're one toxicology report away from a reduction. With this emerging chemical, and it's just in this century that we're learning more about PFAS chemicals, been one way downwards, increasing restrictions on it. So we're comfortable in applying the New Zealand law and the New Zealand standards, but we're not comfortable by exposing this council to risk of sending these things out there and maybe contaminated, creating other contaminated sites. If it was put on farmland as a soil conditioner, who knows, one day a farmer might not be able to use that land the way he wanted to. That's why we don't jump in and adopt drafts early. So that's all I've got to say.
And the bond is going to be paid by the developer to us up front before they even start.
The condition of the consent becoming operative is the bond needs to be paid. And we're able to review it annually, and there is a bond for stage 1 and stage 2.
Yeah, right. Okay. Any questions? Jane, sorry, I'll go to you, Councillor Nees.
Well, thank you, Kevin. I'm just not sure whether it's the right time for me to ask my questions. I've just got a couple relating to your Chairman's report, which we're loosely in at the moment. Would you like me to wait and address them?
Is your question about Whakatane Harbour? Because we'll come back to, after morning tea, we'll come back to the Chairman's report and then you ask your question.
Yeah, no, it's not about Whakatane Harbour. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Righto, let's deal with Whakatane Harbour first. Chairman Leader.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. The approval of the site contaminated management plan, I heard you say the wood waste will be stockpiled on stage 3.
Yeah, that's the proposal. So they'll dig it out, and they'll stockpile it on stage 3, and they'll sort it. So the test pits have shown there's unfortunately other stuff in there apart from wood waste, there's all sorts of stuff. They'll all be sorted and then the wood waste itself will be tested and from that test determine where it can go. A very low dioxin waste, and if they were to be able to secure a site to put a very low PFAS waste. One of the advantages we've got on the site is that PFAS in the solid material is very low and it actually doesn't leach very much. So
Question is, wood waste is one issue, the attachments to the wood waste particles. How do you propose, or how do they propose to deal with the liquids? Which will, by the very nature of those liquids, contain the PFAS material. Where are they going to store that? Or they're not going to store it?
that's a good question. On stage one, they're simply going to dewater back into the hole they dig out. So it stays where it is. However, we know groundwater moves around. And in stage two, they've simply deferred that. Once they've kicked the can down the road and they'll come back to us with a plan. We're aware that when the Greener Basin is dug, more of an interaction with the groundwater. It'll be seeping out into the Greener Basin and possibly let into the river. Yeah. We just simply have to wait and see what their proposal is for that.
So are you satisfied? You don't control it, but are you satisfied that the decision made to ensure that this entity, being the regional council, will not be exposed to further pay for this or contribute to pay for this? We've got that covered.
You can't answer that question because
It's not an area that I work in, Mr. Chairman. You know, as far as the risk to council, we provided information to council. Obviously, Fraser's been working on the bond. Council lawyers have been considering the implications of, you know, decision that sees a release of contaminants in the environment through its stop bank and sitting with other people, basically.
Chair, it's important to note that the bond is not there to finish remediating the site. So it's there to ensure compliance with the consent. So that if the project were to fall over at a certain point in time, the regional council's not going to step in and remediate the whole site using the bond amount. It's just simply not the condition of the consent. It's there to ensure compliance with the consent. So essentially making the site safe again. And for the calculation of the bond amount, we need to be really clear with the landowner that the expectation is understood that we're not going to come in and fully dig out everything that's there and remediate the site. It'll be setting things right and making it safe and ensuring compliance.
decisions today, but
It might just be worth saying that there will be future management plans that Fraser and Peter asked to look at and certify future stages and bond calculations for that again. In my mind, that still doesn't go towards addressing the overall viability of whether there's enough money to through to the end. And I think we have outside of the compliance have to try as best we can ensure that stage one.
I think it's worth reminding ourselves that this was fast tracked and the consent was written by the Environmental Protection Agency. And they have specifically permitted the submission of these management plans in stages. So we're bound to assess each one as it comes in, even though we know that subsequent ones will have serious questions to answer for both the environment and the council.
Councillor Shirley, Councillor Thurston.
I'm a bit off the pace of this stuff, but from my memory is all the wood waste toxicity treatments used to be essentially PCPs and PCBs, the polychlorinated phenols and the polychlorinated biphenyls. Where do they fit into this?
Oh, that's a great question. So in that slide that had the sort of yellow highlighted stuff in the northern part of the site, and I said the source of that was the old Inex sawmill. The material they treated the wood with was pentachlorophenol. Dioxin was present in the PCP as a trace contaminant. So it wasn't in there to do any particular role. It just happened to be when they synthesize pentachlorophenol, dioxin's a byproduct. And the big issue with it is it partitions out of that pentachlorophenol and sticks to sawdust, soil particles, things like that, and so builds up over time.
Same for the polychlorinated biphenyls?
PCBs weren't used so much in wood processing, but very common in the power sector, so in
Yeah, that's right, the transformer oil, yeah.
and in other industrial chemicals. Yeah, not so common in wood processing and haven't been a feature on this site.
Thurston, and then cheerleader, and then we're going to break for morning tea. So
Kevin, can you just get the you and Amanda have a look at the audio on the presenter's desk? All of us on Zoom are just getting hit and miss audio.
Okay. Thanks, Carl. Cheerleader.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Look, just a comment. I feel a bit for the staff here, but the situation we find ourselves in is parallel to the issue that Alison Jews raised relative to the Broadlands Forest Estate down by Taupo. At the time it was proposed that Broadlands Estate be converted into dairying, I think it was NEWA or someone said, look, you need to understand that if you do this, you're going to increase the nutrient loading to the Waikato River by, I think it was about 25%. They went ahead and did it. And in hindsight, we're now standing back and saying, shit, that was the wrong decision. How do we fix it? And this is the same parallel. You know, we're going ahead with stage one, which was consented by the EPA. We're looking at stage two and saying, well, this has got some really gnarly issues that we may have to deal with in the future. And you just think this bloody focus with following process without being able to challenge it. Perverse outcomes, but we know that.
And, wasn't it the Crown that converted all that dairy farmland?
Can I just ask a question, please?
Malcolm.
Seeing as though I was the one who wanted it.
Yes, you were the one who wanted this.
I did ask a question of the CEO a couple of weeks ago about the river conditions right now. And do we have any idea of is there any contaminants in the river at present? We've never done a test on that.
Staff
Along that stop bank or along that area.
We know the groundwater is contaminated, and we know that groundwater interacts with the river. So the inference is that some of it is getting into the Whakatane River. So when we monitor groundwater on the proposed marina site, it goes up and down with the tide. Little lag, it certainly doesn't go up and down as high as the tide, but there's an interchange. And I can remember back as far as the 1990s and doing similar investigations on the Inex sawmill. I was directly involved in that. Same over there. So we can assume that much of that industrial area has groundwater underlying it that interacts with the river.
It was kept.
But we don't know exactly how much is going out. We don't know at the rate. If it's going out, if that's an environmental problem, those things simply haven't been tested yet.
The question is, you mentioned a possible landfill or a possible area. Privy to where that might be, or is it top secret like everything else in this whole here has been since the day one.
It's an issue in that the developer has never been forthcoming with where his disposal options are. I'm not prepared to speculate in this forum why. In the documents been asked to review, they have as a backstop option spoken about landfills as far away as Timaru. And so you can think about what the cost implications of that might be.
I think the last question, and that's fair enough, is if Chair Leader said, if this goes ahead and the last time we spoke with the group, we're basically saying, well, if we dig a hole and we find out it's a bit dirty, we're just going to walk away from it, basically, and it's going to be your problem to sort it out. I feel a little bit for the owners and where they're going to be with all of this. Is it possible for that land to then be capped and be built on for an industrial park of some sort? That's all I'm just trying to get my head around with it, because there's a whole lot of questions about having a park for employing people that are going to be boat building park. You can still build boats on a building, anywhere in a building. It doesn't have to have water in around it or anything like that. That's what I'm saying. Saying that there was some questions about even the fill that's here there now, and they've been taking maize off it and stuff like that, cutting off it. Odd years, I guess. And all of a sudden, landowners are saying, "Ooh, might have been contaminated." So, is that possible? Will it be possible to cap it like across the road and build a shopping complex, for instance?
I think firstly that everyone that I've worked with that's been involved with this feels for the owners, and we would all love to see that land returned to a beneficial use.
Yep.
And we would all love to see the stigma of owning contaminated land the way New Zealand cleanup guidelines for soil work, they're risk-based, and you can tolerate higher levels of contaminants the less that people. And for example, if we look at some of those timber treatment chemicals, if you're going to pave over the site and put some industrial buildings on there, you could have higher amounts left in the soil than if you were going to have it as a residential site with possibility of vegetable gardening. No one fixed answer to that. The issue with that site or reuse is more than just contamination. Wood waste is an unsuitable fill material to establish any buildings on. And under the wood waste is basically an old swamp, it's wet sand down for a long way down. And so someone may well come up with a use that is able, and there have been, I think I wasn't at the partners, however, but chairman of the C was, and there seemed to be, the reports I had, there seemed to be some acceptance that even cleaning the site would be a good thing, even if you didn't have a arena. And so who knows what might happen there. In our discussions with the landowners, we have agreed with them that a good thing for that site would be a beneficial use. Arena, if that makes them some money and can go ahead and protect the environment, that's a good beneficial use. If it falls over, then perhaps we need to cast around a little bit more to find out what could be. The idea that it could be made clean and useful again, I think everyone supports.
Sure. And I like you, feel the same way. My big concern is if we open that Pandora's box and it starts flowing out into the Whakatane River, what's that gonna do for the township, the district, or, you know, our, and the future proofing for young people in this community is gonna be. So anyway, that's where I'm coming from.
Final question from councillor Eady. Go ahead, Toy.
Kia ora koutou, kia ora, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if there is, I guess, a case to be made for the establishment of a managed landfill, considering the discussion that the closest place that this fuel could be taken care of might be Timaru or wherever, but there seems to be a lack of managed landfill sites to manage this, and just considering the various the various reports of this kind of contaminated material around our region. I heard that there's some in White Pine as well. There's this site, there's the North Skog site. I don't know, I'm just wondering, is there a case for a managed land site to be established?
It's a big question, Toy. I don't think we're going to answer that one today.
The only thing I can say is that this is a moving scene. There are treatments that can stabilize PFAS and bind it to the material it's in, and there are some landfills that are looking at what their acceptance criteria might be. And in the report that I've just reviewed, it specifically states that they hope that by the time stage 1 proceeds, that some landfills closer than Timaru will develop acceptance criteria and be able to take it. Great way to manage a project. Something that's troubled me all the way through.
Yeah, just to reassure this forum that although we don't know where the final disposal sites might be, which is probably of concern, we do know that they will require consent, so that we will get a look at that. And that's the major step change from version 6 to version 7, is that's been acknowledged through the management plan.
So, Chair, just in discussion.
Councillor Campbell.
Sorry. So that, are we going to be, will you know that before they start digging a hole?
No.
I see.
Lots more discussions to be had. Thanks, Peter and Fraser. June for Cat.
Once you mobilise.
Half past 11.
Jason's done.
Thank you.
And they can say, well, we can't touch it now. Education.
Okay, welcome back and stopped. We should be starting again. No, there we go. So welcome back. Look, I'm just going to, rather than going in bit by bit into the chair's report, there's a lot in it.
Yeah.
And so I'm just going to open it up to questions on the entire chair's report. We've got some other information about compliance, monitoring, abatement notices. We can just do that into the weekly email. Are there any questions opening up to the chair's report? Jane, you wanted something? Are you online? Are you there? Please, Jane? No. I'll come back to you, Jane. So are there any questions to the chair's report? Barney, you wanted to ask on the health risk of exposure, this technical.
I did on the Mount Maunganui shed technical review.
And it is a technical review?
Yeah, it is, and that's, yeah, I kind of got the gist of it, but there was, you know, just stuff in there that I probably need some clarification from a technical expert. And some of it I found a wee bit contradictory around explaining what the situation was, and then giving a point of view that, okay, but it wasn't so severe, and then in another vein saying that it was. And that's where I became a bit confused with the report. And the impact to health and what was the final implication of that, because I found that it was kind of giving in one vein, it wasn't as bad as what it is, and then in the other, it described that it did have impact on human health. That's where I started to get confused in some of the comments in the report. So that's kind of what I'm looking for around clarification. Where then, in this report, in every aspect that's given in emissions, what is the impact on human health? That's what I want to know.
Thanks, Councillor McDonald. We might get one step back. Toitū commissioned a health risk assessment in Mount Maunganui, and that report had findings around the impact of air quality on people's health and quality. Our council and Tauranga City Council would like to be able to use the findings of the Toitū report in our planning decisions, so decisions that we're making on resource consent applications and plan changes for both councils. So we commissioned this report that you have in your agenda to give us some certainty about the reliability of the approach that Toitū took. Very short terms, this report says that we can rely on the Toitū report and we can use that in our decision making. If we want to get into the detail, it would probably be useful for the author of this report to come and talk to the committee about those sorts of details. And noting that we will also be having those conversations with the Equality Working Party as well.
Thank you.
Okay, we can organise that for the next meeting. Any further questions on the chair's report? Ruben, just on, we've got that compliance snapshot report on dairy effluent for 23-24 monitoring. Compliance level at first visit. So in terms of us visiting farmers, do we give notice, Fraser? Do we give notice? How many days notice? We just don't do cold calling. Please don't tell me we do cold calling.
No, through you, Mr. Chair. We tend to schedule our dairy project in the same time every year. So we look for September through to sort of end of November. We actually need the farmers' input to complete these compliance audits, so we don't do cold call inspections. We'll always encourage our officers to contact either the consent holder or the name listed against the consent, and arrange a time for a visit. Usually that's sort of 24, 48 hours.
Because when you look at this chart here, half of them are in green, good 2/3. I mean, some of them are low risk non-compliance. What is a low risk non-compliance? Does it mean a leaky tap or something like that?
Usually a low risk non-compliance is something that's not having an acute environmental effect. And the example I'll give will be an irrigator calibration. So a lot of newer consents require that calibration to be sent to us once it's been done. And there's a record that we will check. We're finding that a lot of those are just not being sent through, whether they're not being done or not, but not being sent through. So it's almost like a technical non-compliance as opposed to going out and seeing something on farm. Or it's those death by 1,000 cuts type things where there's a downpipe missing. It's a quick, easy fix. But if you string all those low risk things together, then you end up with moderate.
And are there significant risk non-compliance? Are they the same people or is it?
I wouldn't say the same people, but I'd say the same circumstances. So I was looking back through to 2014 at all the snapshot reports last night, and the top three things that keep coming up are stormwater provisions, over irrigation, and misuse of some of the auto cut-offs. You know, a lot of the newer consents now we require automatic off switches for irrigators, and then things around pond maintenance and pond level. And they've been clear themes all the way back from 2014. The significant non-compliance is essentially a discharge directly to water or to land where it may enter water.
Jane, you have a question on the chair's report? Any?
Yes, thank you. Two questions. One's in the area of consent. So on page 29, there's a report on the genera. I understand the EPA has made a decision on the use of methyl bromide now. In their judgment, they discounted quite a bit of the previous concerns, health concerns, toxicity, various things like that in their judgment. So I wanted to ask staff, is that decision to extend the use of methyl bromide or to enable it ongoing, is that going to influence any of the processes to do with that consent? And also to request if we could have a report back on what that judgment, the EPA judgment, means for us. So that's number one. Number two is around on page 32, we talk about the abatement notices in the Rotorua airshed. And I was a bit confused where it said the abatement notice is served on the rental homeowner. The actual repeated use of a non-compliant burner, which is mentioned, surely that would be sheeted home to the tenant as opposed to the rental homeowner. And I just wanted a bit of clarification on that. Thank you.
First question.
The genera and the EPA decision. Certainly, Councillor Nees, we can get a report back on the EPA decision to extend the use of methyl bromide. In terms of the genera process, my understanding is that that process was actually held up waiting for that decision for some time, and then it was updated to reflect that decision, and that's how we've got to where we are now with the appeal.
Your second question on Rotorua airshed. Just by chance, we got Marion Hinton in the room, so she's going to come up and just talk about the abatement notices in the Rotorua Airshed. Morning, Marion.
Morning. Chair, so in answer to your question, councillor Nees, we do abate the landlords for permitting that activity. Because those landlords often have not provided a form, there isn't another form of compliant heating, so all the tenants have is a non-compliant burner. So in the first instance, the abatement goes to the landlord.
So how do they control preventing their tenants from utilising a burner instead of another form of heating?
They very quickly replace the heating. We have a very good response rate from the landlords sorting out the heating issue.
Thank you.
But they need that nudge of the abatement notice and then they action it very quickly.
And while you're there, Marion, I see NIWA's, in terms of NIWA's reducing their staffing numbers considerably. Is that going to affect us in terms of our air quality results as in terms of,
Through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a project happening in Rotorua at the moment. We have some low-cost clarity sensors that they installed last month. But before that contract was signed, we did hear the rumour that there was the air quality staff at NIWA were potentially going to be made redundant as part of numbers. So it was clarified that all the terms and conditions of that contract will be fully met. So it won't have any implications, even though it will slightly go into, it will go into July, which, and I think that the staff proposal is that their contracts and their employment finishes on the 30th of June, but some staff will need to finish off that project.
okay, thank you. Questions? Oh, Te Taru, you've got a question on the chair's report? Go.
Yeah, just in terms of page 28, it refers to the enforcement notices that have been served on Balance. I can recall several years ago, council visiting that place and they had done some major changes in shifts, right? My question is what's gone wrong? And I say this in the context that they're right next door to Whareroa Marae, which is not going to be helpful. So what's happening?
Can I answer that question, Te Taru? And we were going to have Balance representatives here today to answer that very question you put. Because I read this report and thought, oh my God, what went wrong? So Trudy's here to answer that question. So, but yes, we will get Balance back here next time to answer that question. But Trudy, could you give a brief summary?
Sure. Kia ora, councillors, through you, Mr. Chair. The incident that the infringement notices were issued for related to a standard stack test carried out on the manufacturing plant. So it's not the main stack, the acid plant stack, it's the smaller stack, which is monthly stack tested by staff taking a sample of the air coming out of that. They identified a sulfur dioxide breach exceeding their consent limits. So immediately stopped the plant and implemented some fixes. They did a retest on the 12th of October, so that was the second exceedance. Then did some more checks within their plant, ran for a stack test on the 13th of October and had the third infringible event. Following that, they emptied their ground rock system to change the blend, retested and found it was compliant. So through their various stages of testing, they found that the mix that they were running contained a higher percentage of dross, which is an impurity content from the sulfur that is removed when they're making the sulfuric acid in the acid plant. So they add that back to the blend for the fertilizer to add additional mineral content, but they had that percentage too high, which resulted in the exceedance. So they've since put a limit on the dross content to 0.5%, and subsequently they have been compliant. Last 7 months, they've been informed.
Okay, since October.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Leader.
Well, thanks, Chair. Look, I just want to come back to the comment that Ruben made in terms of the Environet report, that at a high level, staff will take guidance from it. So I was not convinced by some of the commentary in there. So if you go and read the conclusions of each subparagraph, so on page 59, there's comments there about suggestive versus causal, not going enough, insufficient to infer, those sort of comments. And then you go to the concluding paragraph on page 68, third paragraph from the bottom, which didn't give me a lot of confidence that the report was endorsing what had been previously supplied in the Department of Health.
Exactly.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll just make those comments that you need to convince me that it's worthy of being a planning document that you should support going forward without further work.
Right.
And that was my point I was making.
So can we get
It's contradictory.
So can we get some clarification? Councillor Thurston.
Thanks, Chairman. With regard to Marion's comments, and the huge number of staff that are losing their jobs at NIWA and the comment that you made, Marion's given us a bit of comfort today, but I urge us, or you, Chairman, to write to NIWA to seek confirmation that the low-cost sensor project scheduled for Rotorua is going to be ongoing, because the indications that I have and what I have read in press releases and whatever from NIWA is it's certainly for the chop, as is the whole air quality monitoring department at NIWA. So would you be agreeable to writing a letter to NIWA to seek some reassurance for us, please?
Marion, could you write something up for me based on Lyle's comments? Go to NIWA and say big issues in the Bay of Plenty. We want to carry on our work program.
Exactly.
So can you?
It might be worth saying, Mr. Chairman, that the low-cost clarity sensors that Marion talked about only been installed for a 3-month period of time, period of time to ground truth our existing monitoring network. So that was the contract that Marion talked about, that we have assurances that work will be completed. And that's the work that we rely on NIWA to do, and we run our monitoring network independently beyond that.
Yeah.
Clearly, Chairman, they're abdicating their responsibility in a raft of areas in terms of air quality. That's the vibe I'm picking up.
Yeah. So Marion, we can do that, eh? I'll sign it. You draft something up and I'll sign it.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the? Oh, Ron. Yeah, I did. You were on the list. Yeah, sorry.
Look, two questions. One is about on page 21. There's a comment about the air quality pollution hotline, and I understood that we were sort of getting on top of our odour complaints. Is that not the case? So that's one question. The second question is on page 24. There's the small one sentence update on what's happening at the Puna industrial park question, and that's been dragging on for a while. I'm just wondering if that's making progress.
Yes, Trudy might want to chip in. I think we are still getting a lot of calls to the pollution hotline about odour. There's some information in what I think about how many of those are substantiated, but certainly odour in the Mount Maunganui is a significant concern.
The team's observing with the odour calls through the hotline is that we aren't substantiating them so often. So that means we haven't confirmed a breach of the Act or a resource consent for quite a long time in relation to odour. And we think the community's sensitivity to odour is increasing. So they're more likely to report the low-level nuisance odours or whiffs that they get around the industrial area or coming from the industrial area. And by the time we get there and respond, it's very low level, or we're not detecting it at all and not able to confirm a breach. So we're continuing to get calls and we're continuing to respond, but the profile of those odours has changed as we've knocked off those really major non-compliances like the ZWE, and the asphalt plants are a main one where people are smelling it, but they operate for a short duration. When we get there, the plant's no longer operating and we're not smelling it. So there are some changes in the community's perception of odour as
Is
well.
there a way of dealing with that perception? Because I think that's my impression as well. But you hear comments from the community saying, oh, someone turns up and just knows, what do they know? Isn't there some more scientific way of doing it?
No scientific or measurable device that we can use for assessing odour. It is down to subjective assessment by our officers. We are looking at, or we have started to change the way that we respond, particularly around the asphalt plants. We get notified every time they start up. So we receive those notifications. We check the wind direction and strength and how long they'll be operating for. And we're responding based on their notification in advance of a pollution hotline call. So we're trying to preempt the calls coming in to get ahead.
Does that explain to the caller?
Yeah, so then if somebody phones in, we can say, we've got somebody on site now, or we've been out, this is what we've done.
You're right, Councillor Scott, that has been going on for some time. I think having a hearing scheduled is some progress. And the conversations that we about things that the regional council is able to do. And I think we are doing all of those things. Yeah. I think, we're always open to suggestions of how we could do things differently. And we haven't had that in the Defender case.
Concerns. I mean, it's pretty meaty for people. I mean, that's why we do ops and monitoring, because it's just monitoring what we're doing. Okay, would somebody like to move? I'll move that the chair's report be received. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Crosby, any further discussion? I'll put that all those in favour, please say aye. It's carried. Thank you for that. I know it took some time, but you need to be aware of all these big issues facing us and how they change from each meeting. Whakatane, Boat Harbour. Right, moving on to our Maritime Operations Summer Initiative. So welcome to John Peters, our Harbour Master. This is our annual report that comes through from the Maritime team. Welcome, John, and the floor is yours.
Kia ora koutou. Morning, Chair. I hope this is more positive.
Positive?
So, briefly on what we did last summer. I take that the report is read, which is.
Report's been read, yeah, take it as read, just do some highlights.
So, you all are well aware, our main goal is navigation safety and our mission is to keep the community safe. We do it through data analysis, compliance enforcement, marketing, education, and signage. We are very busy, a very busy team. In summer we're busy and we're busy in winter as well. This is some of what we do. Enforcing the law, managing all our navigants, managing the fleet, removal of navigation hazards, which happens a lot in winter. A big one is taking care of abandoned and derelict vessels, which is a challenge because of the legal ramifications. responding to oil spills, which happened recently, as you're all well aware. And of course, I do the bit about examining the pilots, which takes a lot of time. And of recently, after a frequency of doing Pakistani bar soundings, shallowing of the heads. So just for you all to know, there's been a very slight improvement in rainfall, but because of all.
So, questions at the end, Martin
Yeah,
Warner.
before you change your screen on.
So, because we are so busy all the time, we are a small team with a large region. For summer, we are obliged to contract skippers and crew. Also, the job for us is maintaining our 800 or more aviates, which looks to increase in the future. We have to do a 6-monthly maintenance regime to keep it up to space, as well as the signage. My focus this summer is on the eastern areas, and we started that last year already with the Waihao Bay ramp sign. Councillor Chair, you're aware of this, which was designed along with the harbour. It was delivered to them on the 9th of April, and we are still waiting for them to install it, which was their wish.
Not up yet.
I've been trying to contact them as well, but I'll continue to pursue that. We do a lot of training and education. We use collateral. We reviewed our collateral to use one which is useful, which can be used, not just looking pretty. We hand out this collateral during patrols, at ramps, and when courses are the Coast Guard, we do a lot, or schools, or basically to try and get it out into the community, which really works well. The campaign was pretty successful last summer. Maritime Safer Boating campaign had 1.2 million impressions. And that particular one, I need to. This was the most popular one. We'll continue with that because messaging is so important and that's working well. So a few stats. What we found out at most risk demographics, Maori and Pacifica, males over 45, my apologies, jet ski and powerboat users. And as per MNZ fatal accident report, fatalities rates of those not wearing life jackets was 3 times higher. 27% of fatalities showed that a life jacket was available, but they didn't wear it. This year across our region particularly, we saw unfortunately a decrease in people carrying sufficient PFDs. 94% will come down to 91%. And the least compliant are SUPs or standard paddles. This is the first summer where we actually worked with Maritime New Zealand, and we started to use their survey, which is longer than what we have, but it gives you more information. It also gives us more information nationwide. So the whole sector across the country has said that the activity on the water was less compared to previous summers. We don't know why. And there has been greater compliance with rules than in previous years. New Zealand Search and Rescue said that they were down from previous seasons and reported that messaging is stronger, taking effect. People are better prepared, and improvements in technology mean people are less likely to get injured. On the last green one, we had a program which we tried last summer, the previous summer. We had 7 young Gangada Fenua, who we put through with his skippers. We have this year, and we have 17 now, 7 of which came from Waiho Bay. So again, the focus is all there. Try and get that, because down to Ranga, people are more aware, but here it's all new for them, so we are pushing all that through. The normal call will get not too bad, I'd say, better than normal. I have reports of damage. Minister, and 12 spill pollution reports. Most of this turns out to be nothing, it's very few, but those are significant when they do come up. This is time New Zealand voting survey comes up with all of these stats, which is really useful. It gives us a pretty good picture of where to target our comms. Interesting one to read out to you is the biggest challenge is carriage of comms, and being able to call for help is an issue. Most commonly used is a phone, cell phone, 93%. Only 52% carry a VHF. We encourage devotees to carry these two forms of communications. The ability to call for help is a significant factor identified in the majority of fatality accident reports. Nationwide, happy to report, there's been a compliance with PFD carriage and being warned when required. Jet skis at around 95%, 78%, and SUPs still down at 40%. What we did across our region. And it's going to be interesting when we pass our new navigation bylaws on the approach we take, because it'll be more of education and less enforcement, obviously, to get people a chance to learn the new laws. Nationwide, 44% of jet skis received a breach for speed, despite representing only 18% of total vessel survey. So that tells us that jet skis are the biggest problem, speed. There's been a decrease nationwide in enforcement action. Finally, the infamous Achilles Barca lost his rudder. What you all may not know that it was very close to running aground. Very good pilot, managed to stop it from drifting. Got the tugs, put her to anchorage, and then the battle began because the shipping company didn't want the ship to go back to the port. They wanted to stay there and fix it. And then I was very concerned because we had strong winds, and without a rudder, it's dangerous. If the anchors drag, you can just get pulled onto rocks. So I issued a harbor master direction, obliging them legally to get into the port. And that worked, of course. Nothing happened. And we were very involved in all the clearing the channel. We had 3 patrol boats out. We got lots of rubberneckers, as you imagine. The concern was you had this huge ship being towed by tugs, no steerage. So that worked well. This summer, Maritime New Zealand has already informed us because of budget constraints, we may see less funding.
Less funding?
Less funding, yeah. They're talking about 7% change. But we don't know what's going to equate to. So let's see how it goes. And based on that, we'll have to tailor our summer activities. Thank you very much. Any questions, Chair?
Maya, you wanted to ask?
Can you go back to your very first slide, please? Oh, the previous one, yeah. That bottom left, that's by the Matapi Bridge. Can you tell me what's happening there? Bottom left.
Just a drill, councillor, just a drill. Oil spill drill. There was no oil spill there, but we exercise continuously, putting out booms. So just exercise.
So was that a result of the recent, oh, that's, okay, thank you.
On that particular spill, we still haven't, I just had made a phone call. We still haven't found the source of the spill. The samples have gone to Auckland, to the lab. So we can compare what was in the water and what was on the suspect ship. Because when the spill happened, Maritime New Zealand inspectors went on board, investigators, along with our compliance inspectors, examined the whole ship. They could find no trace of any evidence that the spill came from that ship. Just wait and see.
Thank you.
Councillor Easy.
Kia ora, Mr. Chair. Kia ora, John. Mr. Chair, you remember when we were doing one of the field trips for the navigational bylaw, going out to Ohiwa and looking at some of the signs out there. I'm just wondering, we did have some feedback, and you were talking about the new signage going up, John. I was wondering whether there was an opportunity to give some feedback regarding those signs out there. In particular, I guess we had some comments around the signage for the what do you call them? It's gone from my head now. Arohamai, the jet skis. And how and it wasn't from our perspective, because we're dealing with that with regards to the hearing. We didn't feel like they were very clear. So yeah, if you had an opportunity to give some feedback.
Yes, Councillor, we have not forgotten that. We're just waiting for our bylaws to be passed, because we'll be changing or amending a lot of our signage, and that was one of the points we recall that we will be doing. It's expensive, so we try to do it on one go.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. John, your new craft, where are you in terms of completion, sea trials, commissioning and acceptance?
Yeah, it's been surveyed. We're just waiting for one spare part for the crane when we take ownership, and that's happening currently as I'm speaking to you right now. We've got a survey looking at it, so I'm hoping July we should have the vote.
Meeting in Whakatane, we will go for a cruise. Chair.
And anytime, it is right there at the moment, right up down there. You can bring it.
The bluefin are biting really well.
Yeah, look, thanks for that. It's one of those roles where when you're needed is when people notice, and when you're not, they think, what in the world are you doing? I've got a question though. What is the impact of the 7% drop, potential 7% drop from Maritime New Zealand and funding? What will you not be able to do, or what will you do differently?
Well, Chair, the way it works is MNZ gives everybody certain amounts of money. So based on that, what we, obviously the most critical part of the patrols, we avoid reducing. We'd probably look at reducing collateral and look at possibly streamlining our patrols more, reducing some patrols, but not in the significant areas and not during significant times. I can't say anything till I know how much we're going to get.
How much you're not going to get. Councillor Nees.
Thank you. I just, with the reference to the navigation safety bylaws, I thought I should let councillors know that we have lost one of our Maori hearings panel members.
Commissioners.
Yes, that's right. We had 3 Maori from the community, and then there were 4 councillors, one of which was Councillor Iti. But unfortunately, one of the Maori members, commissioners, couldn't continue in the role. So I just wanted people to know that we are one person down. Thank you.
We've done hearings. We've pretty well done. We haven't done deliberations yet. It's scheduled for, I can't remember. It'll be adopted by council in August. That's all I know. So we'll. Andrew, did you want to speak?
Just saying that we're deliberating on the 20th of June, which is next Thursday.
Further questions to John? Do you have enough tools in the toolbox to ping these wet bags who spill oil on our harbours? Do you have enough tools?
It would be through the MTA, which is pretty big.
Yeah. Once you can prove it, you throw the book at them. Big book. Just move that the Maritime Operations Summer Initiatives report be received. Can I have a movement? Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Campbell. Put that resolution, all those in favour, please say aye. Carried. Thank you. Moving on to Mr Newman, the Climate Change Quarterly Report. This is page 93. Briefing, welcome along.
Yeah,
Take it as read.
sure. Good afternoon or good morning, whichever it still is. I thought I'd just, take it as read, give a quick proceed. Questions if that works for you. So, starting in terms of the adaptation work, and there's the big picture, we've already talked about the adaptation inquiry, which has been launched. 5th of September will be a report back to the Finance and Expenditure Committee, or from the Finance and Expenditure Committee on the inquiry. If you remember, the Minister Watts is wanting to step into that national leadership direction around adaptation. He sees that as a void that we'd agree with. And so he has launched the inquiry to develop a national adaptation framework, which can guide, I guess, how the nation adapts in terms of some really key things, roles and responsibilities, cost sharing of information, and general direction for the most part. It's, we won't be submitting directly on that because we've already submitted to the previous government's inquiry, which has been folded in, but we'll work through the regional sector. So this is a big deal, I think, for us, what comes out of this in terms of a national framework. Coming back down to the region, in the report I mentioned a new project that the Aotearoa Circle is doing, which is it's I guess a collective of private and public organisations. They do public good work. They are looking to understand the climate impacts on the natural capital of a region, and so they've chosen the Bay of Plenty to do that. They've got PricewaterhouseCoopers leading that work, and so we'll be getting that work effectively for free. They'll be looking at our region and thinking about all those natural systems and how the impacts of climate on those, and then on all the things we value, all of the economic, social, cultural, environmental things we value.
Why did they choose the Bay of Plenty?
I think the size probably works really well. The compact size, the fact that we've got plenty of data, we've already done plenty of work that'll build on the work we've already done. For example, our regional risk assessment, that's going to fold into that. We've got really engaged community, so I think it makes good sense in terms of size. The owners involved in the project,
you see that
guidance. This will be in a way, it's a little bit like John talked about at the start, trying to understand what's coming, so we really can see those intersections, and so that'll be right across all those different natural systems. So it'll be a great and interesting bit of work that we'll obviously bring to council when that's completed. In terms of our own adaptation work, we've got a new community-led project in Eastern Bay. So there was some money which came in post Cyclone Gabrielle, which was working with Marae across the east coast and looking at community readiness in terms of extreme weather. Out of that work, 3 Marae put up their hand saying they wanted to do more in-depth work looking forward to climate change. And so this project is going to be led out of Opotiki and will be supporting Opapi, Marae Nui and Tauriri. So those 3 will be going through a process supported by PDP, Paddle Delamore, and doing their initial planning. So that's great to get that supported in the Eastern Bay, and we've also got, I guess we've been referred to the Nakatu Spit work, which our team will be supporting and bringing that into a thinking about the future and about adaptation, not just thinking about the birds and sand around the beach. So about things are long term. We're also in discussions with community leaders at Lakes Rotorua with Rotorua about potentially how we can support them to think about how they start adapting for the future as well. It's at the planning stages, that one. In terms of the territorial authorities, Whakatane District and Tauranga City District are both planning to do local climate risk assessments this year. So those things will build on our regional risk assessment, which is what we really wanted to do. We wanted the regional assessment to break the ground and be able to drill down further. So Whakatane have got a workshop on that Friday this week to kick that off. They'll drill right down into their district and look at climate risks that will lead them to actually planning in place. So it's great to see that cascade down to the local level. Last thing in the adaptation space, the adaptation network called ACAD across New Zealand, the annual conference that will be held at Papamoa this year. Moving on, there's reference to the report around blue carbon. We've said for a while now, we're waiting on the report from NIWA around the samples that were taken. We've got the results. We don't have the full report. We've got the initial results. So they sampled salt marsh cores in 3 sites in Tauranga Harbour. The average carbon stored at those sites is 115 tonnes of carbon per hectare. And the accumulation rates have worked out to be about 0.37 tonnes per hectare per year. So in terms of what that means relatively, the storage rates are a lot higher than measured in Canterbury. That's where the other storage has been done in New Zealand. The measurement's about almost twice the Ashley River sites. In terms of the accumulation rates, they're slow compared to things like the Pine Tree, but they're equivalent to what the Australians have used in their blue carbon. Looks like equivalent rates to Australia accumulate slowly over time, and that carbon gets stored in the sediment, gets stored there for a very long time. Also got work with TMC, the Nature Conservancy, at Cutwater Road that Pim was talking about earlier. And, we know that MFE are working with the Nature Conservancy to try and package all this blue carbon work together and look at the real barriers to it in terms of the information we have, the legal barriers, the land tenure barriers, the market barriers. So they're actually working on that as a complete package, which is great to see. And so we'll see what comes out of that. So I'm going to make the most out of this opportunity. In terms of that, the business space, in terms of the economic transition, in the report, we talk about the RETA project, the Regional Energy Transition Accelerator project. That's complete. They looked at process heat in the bay and opportunities for energy transition. I guess there's some uncertainty with ECA funding going forward around supporting that, but we know the information that's come out of that can be moved by businesses now in terms of their forward planning. We also have some work that we're doing in the Tauranga geothermal field as well, which will look at any potential opportunities there as part of the geothermal management plan. In terms of the circular economy work in the Western Bay, so that Western Bay of Plenty circular economy project, we're looking at construction waste, health and beverage. That's completed and identified a few opportunities going forward there. The one which has been picked up initially is construction waste and priority one, I believe that our Regional Economic Development Man is reporting to strategy and policy on the 25th of June. He's not here today, but you can dig into those two threads on the 25th of June with him. Last thing, we've awarded the second scholarship, the Climate Change Scholarship at the University of Waikato to a young woman from Rotorua in their second year of study. Just a note, OTP wise, we note that you have agreed to add another goal to the Climate Action Plan. So we're currently working through what that might be, updating the action plan and the work streams, and we'll bring that to strategy and policy. That's a quick whistle stop through the paper.
Let's go. Very good.
And, yeah, happy to take
Interesting, you were talking about working with Roto Ehu, Rotomar communities on lake levels. I've noted in our own, the evapotranspiration rates of the lakes is about 5 millimetres a day, which is a normal summer's day. Those lakes have been going down since they were full, and we had that presentation from that guy to blow some water in the air and evaporate it. We was only going to get 6 millimetres a day through that whole experiment, Doug, and here we were getting 5, gone down considerably. They're probably down 1.5 metres, just through Mother Nature doing what Mother Nature does in terms of those evaporations. Saved yourselves a fortune, Doug, by not doing anything.
Right, yeah, like we talked about in our little presentation to S&P about the adaptation planning process. It's not racing to solutions until you really understand, really understand the issues and what makes things work and what's the risk. Then you start to test solutions against a bunch of criteria.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, great report. Just one question about the lakes at this point in time, and I see a lot of vegetation now is dead, dry. Who's in charge of that?
That's lake bed. That's lake bed, so that's Tolt. Jarrah Lakes Trust own the lake beds, so that's their prerogative. Yeah, some of those plants, trees, shrubs have all been drowned, and now they're emerging and they're all dead. And yeah,
I drove down Matahi Strip on the weekend and they're quite badly.
Yeah.
And that, but all along the lake frontage of Rotomar.
Yeah. A lot of trees, a lot of shrubs have died because of their root.
And the only other thing, Chair, from whenever we had our submissions from all the ladies at Lake Roto Ehu have invited regional council along. I know that regional councillor Hurley's already snuck her along there and have a look around, but they've invited us there for morning tea and scones and all the rest of it. So we need to go along and throw the flag for.
I'll just check what you just said. Because the water covered that bit of land, it becomes lake bed. And
The
therefore.
lake bed is defined as the wetted area.
Right.
So
So
if the tide goes in and out,
it covers the road, for instance.
It's like a bit of
state highway.
Screens and
That's a
mirrors.
good point, actually. Yeah, if it covered the state highway, is it a lake bed?
Smoke screens and mirrors, I think.
Yeah. Because that,
Under the treaty settlement, the lake bed is defined as the wetted area.
no mean average high tide or anything.
No mean high water, spring or water. That's what Any questions to Nick? Thank you for that.
Great, thank
you. Would somebody like to move that the climate change? Thank you, Crosby. So page 103, which is the integrated catchment management, swimmability, KPI and land management action. And this is going to be presented by Jackson.
Councillors, I'm just going to introduce the topic briefly and then pass over to James Deere, one of our water quality scientists. We're lucky enough to have James actually doing his PhD on the on water quality and monitoring techniques with Waihi Estuary as a case study. So that's really good. And yeah, John and Alison have done a good job raising some of the bigger questions around water quality in the Bay of Plenty. It's called a wicked problem for a reason because there's no silver bullets. I just wanted to draw your attention to within our sphere of influence in the voluntary land management space. These are the types of things that landowners are seeking support for and the types of things we're delivering through our grants policy. There's some pretty big numbers on there, but for a number of different reasons, we don't necessarily see direct water quality outcomes A lot of this work has happened while other land uses have continued to intensify. The comparatively minor scale compared to the size of the catchments. Landowners making thousands of practice and behavioural decisions that are outside of our control. And the environment's not clear cut when it comes to a land use practice and the environmental outcome. What we do know though is when we look at our mitigations, things like riparian setbacks, slope retirements, protection around wet areas, the size of the buffer or the riparian strip really counts, and the wider it is, the greater the contaminant removal we can get. So this is just an example of some research that confirms that setbacks are effective when monitored over lots of different projects, and the wider the buffer, the higher percentage of contaminants we can remove, which lines up well with the work we're subsidising. Some of the more expensive capital type mitigations, which we've been lucky enough to demonstrate in the Bay of Plenty, are showing really outstanding water quality improvements. So for example, if we design a treatment wetland to the guidelines, where we size it at 2 or 3% of the catchment area, and we plant it densely and have the right number of open ponds and planted areas, we can reduce all of the water quality contaminants by 40, 50, 60, 80, even 90%. So these things really do work. The downside obviously being they're quite expensive to build and they require landowners to give up land. And some of the detainment bunds proven to be very successful in reducing contaminant reductions. So you'll see our team's funded a number of these mitigations, and landowners are keen to keep doing this type of thing with support from the council. And I just wanted to set the scene there about the type of work we're doing and how that leads on to the complex water quality monitoring results that we're going to discuss with James. So I'll hand over to James.
Afternoon, James. Welcome along.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou, and thank you, Jackson, for that. So Jackson has just invited me along to provide a bit of technical input on the swimmability KPI for the ICM team, which I've been involved in terms of the calculations. So what I'm going to present today is the current ICM KPI that we present every year, but also a proposed change that I'll get onto in a second. And the reason for that change is because we're coming to the end of an LTP cycle, and we actually start to modify things to provide us better results that are more reflective of the work that we're actually doing. So in terms of the current ICM KPI, we use table 9 in the MPSFM, and the reason we use table 9 is because when this KPI was first established, table 9 was the only table that dealt with fecal contamination. This is a bit of a difficult table, as you can kind of see on the right hand side. So we have 4 statistics that are calculated based on E. coli results, and essentially what it says is that you need to line up each of those statistics in a row, like we've got here for the in this green category, which in an ideal world is great, but the reality is that we end up with something like that. So we end up with these statistics scattered across multiple categories. How we have dealt with that in the past, there was no guidance in the MPSFM, and so it was left up to us. So we decided that what we would do is report in terms of what we call the average method. And so when I talk about the average method, if we've got something like this, we would take an average and it would be right in the middle there. In 2022, the MPS now prescribes that the worst method is to be taken. However, that was halfway through the KPI cycle. So essentially what we do now is we report on both methods. So we've got the average method and the worst method for the end of this cycle. However, we have reason to think that we need to adjust this somewhat to be more reflective of the work that Jackson's team is actually doing. So we have 24 bathing sites throughout the region, and the whole aim of this is, as I say, to provide a measure of effectiveness for the ICM activity. So in terms of the KPI results using the current methodology, 69.6% of sites are determined swimmable using the average method, and 39.1% of sites are deemed swimmable using the worst attribute method. And you can see the sites on the right-hand side. I'm not expecting everyone to read that, but just for your information. And as you can see, we have the level of service statement on the bottom side there, with the goal set at 75% of sites are swimmable each year, and we've been sitting underneath that for the last 3 years. So you can see 71% in 2020, 21-22, 71% in 22-23, and 70% in 23-24. So this brings me to a proposed new approach, and this all started when Helen Craig approached me, and we had a bit of a discussion about how reflective these results actually are of the work that was being done. And we started looking into the data. We realized for a long time that the 95th percentile tends to dominate these results. So the results that we actually receive from Table 9 are usually the 95th percentile, which are heavily driven by storm events. We realize that mitigations are not actually that effective during storm events, and they're actually more effective during those normal conditions. So therefore, we're masking all of the positive benefits that these teams are actually having. So all of the detailed information is actually included in a memorandum, which is attached to this paper. So I would suggest, if you want to dig into the details, to look into that particular paper. But essentially, what we have done, or what I have been able to do, is actually derive a rainfall threshold for each one of these sites, which separates rainfall affected results from non-rainfall affected results. I must note that we are not trying to hide results by any means. We will still provide output for the MPS FM, and that is still provided using all samples which are prescribed by the MPS. And alongside this new approach, we would also provide an output that includes all samples as well. It's just that we would now have a metric that is more reflective of the work that we are doing. And one other benefit of this, as you can see, it actually aligns with some of the wording in the microbiological guidelines, which, if you were at the last workshop, you can see sort of underpins the NPS-FM, which says that sampling may exclude periods of high flow and river conditions which prohibit bathing. So in terms of the results for the most recent year, what this actually does is that if we use all samples, we end up with 30% of sites swimmable. However, if we focus solely on samples that are not affected by heavy rainfall, that this number actually increases to 80%. So we think that 80% number heading forward is more reflective of the work that has been done. So this approach is going to be reviewed by the auditors. We need to get it passed by the auditors before we adopt it into the LTP. We must note that it is also being reviewed externally by Ned Norton, who has agreed with us that there is no fit metric currently to provide a reflective output of land management activity. And this last point just reiterates some of the discussion this morning, and this was put in prior to that discussion as well, that we realise that E. coli is not a perfect indicator. We realise that there are other things going on. However, we firmly believe that this is the best tool that we currently have available in terms of this work. And this is a point for discussion that we think should be brought up at the next workshop rather than get further into this discussion here. So aside from that, the next thing I just want to bring up is a question that was raised at the last workshop, and I have been prompted to provide a bit of an answer here. So this is my question. So this is just regarding how can the Utahina Pukehangi Road be in poor condition when the Rotorua drinking water is the nation's best. And as you can see, we've got an article on the right hand side. And on the left hand side, these are some of the outputs that Gemma presented in terms of the target attribute state. And you can see that the Utahina at Pukehangi Road is right on the right hand side, which is sort of the worst of all the sites.
The worst. 2 Ks down, less than 2 Ks.
Chair, it says best tasting, it doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, alcohol.
E. coli flavoured water.
You're taking it the wrong way.
So there is actually quite a simple explanation for this, and the fact is that there's actually 2 different water sources going on here. So the water actually comes from Karamu Takina Spring, which you can see here. And then we have the Utahina stream, which runs around the outside, and they're actually, so this is a deep groundwater source.
The springs, yeah, it's about 80 years old, that water.
Yeah. So it's and it's not actually hydraulically connected to the Utahina, so they're kind of 2 separate bodies of water going through there. So as you can see, we've got the spring in the orange on the left hand side, and the Utahina Road down there. Utahina Pukehangi Road is going to be affected by upstream diffuse pollution coming from largely agricultural catchment, also with urban inputs, you can see in that picture there. And the Karamu Takina Spring is a deep groundwater source, not hydraulically linked, and therefore not impacted by the diffuse catchment impacts. So hopefully that answers all of your questions.
Yeah, but then you go further on to say, I'm just coming back to this, Utahina Pukehangi Road, under this new Utahina Pukehangi Road that goes from poor to good, and then Utahina at Lake Road, which is further down, it goes from poor to poor. And that's all urban based, it's not rural based land down through the urban area.
That's quite possibly right. So yeah, there two. So these 2 sites were implemented because this is sort of the top of the urban area, and Lake Road being the bottom. So, and RLC are quite aware that we have stormwater overflows throughout that network as well, that we're trying to get on top of.
Sometimes when we have, oh, I know what you're saying. Councillor Crosby.
Thanks for that, and I tend to agree with your new methodology. Just by way of example, yesterday afternoon I went through the Gisborne and the Waiaweka River was raging, and I wouldn't stick my big toe in it. But coming back early this morning, it remarkably was low and quite clear again. So it begs the question of timeframe. Is a variable a timeframe from site to site? And if so, what roughly is the variability between clearing from a high rain event through to what you might describe as normality, because that would have a bearing on people's decisions. And our communication, if we do any, about, don't swim at this point in time, but yes, swim now.
That is a very good question. So the general advice is don't swim if the water is turbid or 48 hours after rainfall. However, in terms of this analysis, I did take that into account. So what I did is collect rainfall that had occurred over the previous 24 hours, the previous 48 hours, all the way up to 150 hours. And I took that into account because we know that different catchments respond differently to rainfall. So some catchments, everything will be flushed off within the first 24 hours. Other catchments will take longer to sort of percolate through the system and might still be affected. So we have taken that into consideration through this analysis.
Councillor Von Danielson, Andrew, and then Jane.
Yeah, thank you. And look, I love what you're doing. This is exactly what I've been looking for a long time. I remember when Nick Smith was the Minister for the Environment, he tried to get this through as the standard, and then he was out of the position and it never got through further. His comment was, if you tried to swim in a storm event in the Hutt Valley River, during a storm event, you would simply be washed out to sea and drown. So it would be very hard to tell whether it was swimmable or not, because you'd be dead. But,
That's right.
but so I absolutely commend you for what you're doing with regard to this. Thank you.
Oh, it's not a question, it's just okay. Jane, councillor Nees.
Yes, thank you. My question, and I support what you're recommending, but I would like to know if there is a common agreement on the treatment of our monitoring protocols for testing swimmability around rain events. I think it's important that we are reporting data that can be compared with others, so that you're doing the monitoring in the same way. So is there any agreed regional council protocol about how they deal with extreme weather?
Yes, the agreed protocol comes from the microbiological water quality guidelines and also from the NPS, which includes all samples that are available. We, as far as I'm aware, are the first council that has developed something slightly different, and this is kind of stepping outside of our routine reporting of sites. This is more aimed at the work that the ICM team are actually doing and the effectiveness of mitigation. So it's slightly different from suitability for recreational bathing. It's a measure of the effectiveness of the mitigations for this team that we think are completely overridden during those high flow events.
I do.
But we do report both.
Yeah. So we will be reporting all of the data as well as our KPI, which discounts any measures taken either side of a heavy rain event. Is that right?
Right, they'll be both reported side by side. However, we will set the targets based on the rainfall removed analysis.
Thank you.
Floriti.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, guys. My question is, if we do adopt the only or not looking at the rain affected data, are we able to track still the past data that we've collected to see, you know, the 10-year, 20-year trends that we've traveled?
Still have the fundamental data there that we can look at the overall trends. However, the analysis, because there is a slight complexity with this, that there's been a spanner in the works of the NPSFM, and the actual attribute table has changed from table 9, which I presented up here, to a more conservative table 22, that the analysis is different. So in terms of tracking the trend of the analysis over time, there will be a gap in the middle. However, we're hoping that this new analysis will allow us to build up a data set that we can track things over time.
Yeah, I think it's just, yeah, it is important, I think, that we are able to track the trends, because there's been a lot of conversation as to whether or not we've been doing our job over the last 10 years and having that debate. I think it's important that we're able to make those analyses. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Look, I note in your channel, which I have a particular interest in, it's a main outflow from Rotorua, and you've got it down as fair and fair in terms of the swimmability elements to it. It's a favourite swimming spot with the local kids who jump in there irrespective, and the reports back from families as well, these kids get covered in sores after swimming in there. So how did you get to a notion of fair relative to all a range of others who are very poor? When I think about that particular location, I wouldn't swim in there, but comment?
Yeah, that's an interesting site. So the first thing with that particular site is that it is one of the sites that actually came up as not being heavily rainfall affected. We couldn't find any evidence that there's a difference, and that's because there's a big lake in the way that as water comes down, it all is out in the lake. And so therefore we're not getting elevated flows moving through that Ohau channel. In terms of the classification, that is purely based on the NPSFM table 22, which gives us the result that we've got. And as I say, if we haven't got rainfall affected results removed from there, I mean, that's a fair indication of everything that's moving through there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. In IT, I think there's a saying that says rubbish in, rubbish out. And I think what we had beforehand in terms of taking all the high rainfall data in was essentially, rubbish in, you're going to get the rubbish out the end. So I applaud you in terms of this new input. You can remove that data from that. I think, Chair, we've got to be careful about drawing a correlation between the integrated catchment management initiatives and rainfall. And James, I enjoyed reading your memorandum at the back, and a lot of that was based upon modelling. But essentially, the success of integrated catchment management in terms of all this planting and stuff is a function of intensity and duration. So in your modelling data there, I see you started at about a 1 millimetre rainfall and you gradually went up. But at the end of the day, as you said, or someone said earlier, the geological receiving environment, in other words, a saturated catchment, becomes a determinant about what travels across the overland flow path into a absolutely saturated catchment. 5 mils will get there and make a difference. In a very dry catchment, after a summer period or something, you're probably looking at 30 to 50 before that actually started to take effect. So we've got to be careful that we don't draw a correlation between the absolute integrated catchment management activities and rainfall data without understanding the intensity, duration, and the geology that it's falling on.
I agree with you there, and that's part of what I've tried to capture there by extending the antecedent days up until a week, is that you might get rainfall that then saturates and therefore allows mobilisation more easily than beforehand. It's a very hard thing to do, to pull together all of these different data sources to understand, because these things aren't monitored next to every different bathing site. So it gets very complicated, which is why I relied on the virtual climate station network, which is a modelled approach, as you've alluded to. And we think that it's quite a unique and innovative approach that has actually provided us with quite sensible results in terms of these different catchments. I mean, the way that Ohau Channel and other spring-fed type sites fall out different to these more flashy sites gives us an indication that, yes, this is reflective of what's going on. However, there are, as you said, more complexities to the picture.
Thank you, James. Chris, did you want to comment?
I was really just going to comment on the fact that this is an LPP measure. It's not an RMA. We're using quality data in a way that I don't think other regional councils do use, because we're trying to measure the outcomes of the work we're doing as a land management team across the council. But it's just interesting, since this KPI was first developed, it's been changed several times, hasn't it, James? Because the NPS keeps changing, and every time that changes, then it sort of upsets the trends that we're trying to track. So I think councillors are right on board with your questions around this. I think with this new methodology, that's going to fix that, hopefully, and not perhaps be so wedded to changes to NPSs when what we're trying to measure is local conditions and the risk of swimmability and how that's improving over time. Hopefully, it's been a challenging one for technical staff to work through.
No further questions. Would somebody like to move that we receive the report from Watson and James? Somebody would like to move? Martin Moore, seconded by Councillor Crosby. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you for that. Right. Tim, would you like to introduce our next present? We're going to carry on through, people. We're just we'll have lunch at the end of it, and then we can flip over into lunch, and then we'll be in the council meeting. So we'll just carry on. Would you like to introduce our next guest, please? So this is NIWA's doubling down on-farm diffuse pollution mitigation program.
Mr. Chair, so it's a pleasure to introduce Chris Tanner from NIWA, who we've been working closely with in the development of the national guidelines for constructive treatment wetlands, etc., but also more specifically on the design of constructive treatment wetlands and other initiatives that we've undertaken in the Bay of Plenty. So hopefully you're online, are you, Chris, and you can hear us, and you can share your presentation and take it away.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes, hi Chris.
Hi there. Sorry, I can't be with you today. Beam again to you from Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. And yeah, so maybe just a little good to start a little bit with where I come from. Or maybe I should get my presentation up first. That might be
good. Put your screen, Chris, and let's see what your pictures are and talk to it.
Yes, okay, good. Right, so start my video, it might be helpful. Yes, okay, and I've just got to work my way around this, share screen, and I just need to find where I am. Right, can you see that?
Good as well.
Excellent, okay, good, okay, so yeah, so I work for NIWA in Hamilton. I actually started, I've been around for a while, actually started working on lakes and aquatic weeds in them. So I have a lot of your lakes in the region early in my career. And then I moved into how do you use aquatic plants, wetlands, natural systems to clean up water pollution. I ended up doing my PhD in the early 90s around cleaning up wastewater from agriculture using constructed wetlands. And then I've worked on a whole lot of other different sort of applications of that, including for more recently a lot with diffuse pollution from farm runoff, but also working with communities on sanitation in Fiji, on small communities in New Zealand, and industrial and other wastes as well. So today I'm talking more broadly about our doubling on-farm diffuse pollution mitigation program, which is the end of a 5-year stint, and so sort of bring together, and it involved quite a few different agencies. So we had University of Waikato was a major partner, and we were working with Lincoln Agritech and other organizations. We had strong connections with iwi in the Waikato, particularly working on iwi trust farms to trial some of these options that we were looking at. And Lincoln with NZ, Beef and Lamb, and Waikato Regional Council, but broader across councils as well. So just to look at, has that moved on to the next slide with you?
No.
No.
You have to go into presentation mode, Chris, and then you can flick through your own slides.
Okay, well, I'm in presentation mode on my screen, but obviously not on yours. So maybe I just need to stop sharing on this screen and go back and just redo that again. Sorry about that. So
you have to drive it from your end because we don't have a copy of your presentation.
No.
Up the top is that it says slideshow, and you just click on that.
Okay. I was on, but I think it's operating on a different screen. So what can you see now?
Just you.
Just me. Okay. That's not working then. Okay. Share. Okay. What are you seeing now?
We've got the Interceptor project, but it's not in.
Have you got future focused? Is it that bit, or just the first screen with all the
No, we've just got all the first screen with all your sponsors on it.
Okay. Well, that's not exactly what we want, so.
Bring us down at left.
Just scroll down on your left-hand side and we can pick it up. It's on a large screen here.
Yeah, but yeah, it makes it better if it's if we've got the real thing. I'm sorry about that. Not sure why it's I think I just need to stop sharing there. Here again, it's got to be sharing the right screen. That's the challenge. Yes. So where's the?
It's just back to you again.
Yes. Okay. Let's go with
Lost
this.
Future focus beyond current field options.
Yeah. Okay. We're there. Thank you very much. Yeah.
There you go.
So yeah. Getting MB funding in this Endeavour program means having to sort of go beyond what's current practice, looking to the future. So that often means we're doing stuff which isn't directly applicable now. It's got to be stretchy. It's got to be something that we are looking at in the future. So I'll tell you a little bit about that. But today I'm going to try and give you the actual the useful bits of it, not the detail, if you know what I mean. And so what we were tasked with in this is developing a range of high performance interceptors. These are sort of things to intercept diffuse pollution and remove it from agricultural drainage in particular. So we were looking at wood chip bioreactors and how to actually make those work better with carbon dosing and changing the wood chip media to work better. We were also looking at filamentous algal nutrient scrubbers, fans. So they were a way of removing nutrients into algae. And we were targeting drainage discharges, which often short circuit the natural attenuation processes as water and contaminants move through a landscape. And particularly looking at how can we enhance performance during these high flow periods, like you were talking about with E. coli, how you deal with these high flow periods when often the landscape's a lot more leaky. And on-farm nutrient capture and recovery, can we recover some of these nutrients so that we can reuse them? So this sort of circular economy type concept. And can we co-develop and apply these with Maori land managers to get more, and industry to get more buy-in, and to integrating a whole range of different other benefits for the use of them. So, right, so that's not moving, but maybe this one will. Okay, so we moved on to another slide now. Yep. Okay. So in essence, we're looking at 5 different interceptor mitigations, which can be useful for diffuse pollution from farmland. So riparian buffers, we've all heard of those. We sort of see them as really 3 different types: a grass filter strip, planted riparian buffer, and multi-ripe function buffer. We'll look at those a little bit more. Constructed wetlands, wood chip bioreactors, filamentous algal nutrient scrubbers, entertainment bunds. And I think you've probably heard quite a few of those, but maybe not all.
Yep, all of them.
All of them, okay. So just looking at riparian buffers, again, in particular, grass filter strips are really good at removing fine sediment that's moving across landscapes. But but if you're wanting to remove what's coming through in shallow groundwater, you really want those sort of planted zones that have got deeper rooting zones, and also they provide a whole lot of other ecological benefits. And the multifunction one, which has got a grass filter strip, as well as can be very effective. Sometimes with the planted riparian buffers, they become, because of the shading and stuff, they become barer on the surface and aren't as good at trapping real fine suspended sediments, which is what the grass is really good at doing. And so we were involved in developing some guidelines on this, and I think Jackson briefly showed that before, sort of showing performance, which relates to really what's the length of catchment up above, what's the hill slope above these riparian zones. So the width of the riparian buffer ideally needs to change depending on how much sort of catchment upstream, upslope of there is that will drain to it. Okay. And so this is just looking sort of in a cross section through a riparian buffer. And this is a multi-purpose one with a grass filter to get fine sediment, and then the deeper rooted material to try and get this shallow groundwater that can be moving through. But not all landscapes have water moving that way. A lot of landscapes in riparian volcanic soils, like in Rotorua catchment, a lot of the nitrate-rich groundwater actually goes much deeper and misses out going through these zones. This is a challenge. And so where we've got artificial drainage or deep groundwater, we can't really intercept those with those systems. So wood chip bioreactors, moving on to those. These are really things for where you've got tile drainage in particular with low sediment loads, because if you have high sediment loads, then they clog up these porous wood chip filters. Essentially what they're trying to do is provide an organic carbon source that's slowly released so that bacteria can convert nitrate into nitrogen gas. And there's a lot of work going on those, particularly in the US, on big drainage systems. But they are quite a small footprint, high performance system. They have about a 10-year lifespan before you need to change the wood chips and work them again. So you can see we worked on a couple of ones. The Tatunui one in Waikato, we found had about over 2 years, 55% reduction in nitrate nitrogen coming through them, and the Waituna one over 3 years, 72% reduction in nitrate in, a bit less in terms of total nitrogen, more like 54%. Okay, so that's those that we were working on those, but trying to make them work even better. And so this is work of Reza Mogadan, who's was with PhD at Waikato University, now on our staff, but working out whether we can dose these systems to increase their performance. And we were dosing with methanol, and we took a really simple approach of just dripping methanol in consistently rather than trying to dose it, particularly during high flow events. But we found that we could increase the removal rates from 1 gram of nitrogen removal per cubic meter a day up to eightfold increase in. So we're more than doubling, 8-fold. And in the second year, we tried at a lower dosing rate, and we were still getting around 5 times the better performance. And then we were also looking, does some of that methanol go through and have adverse effects? Does it affect the greenhouse gas emissions or things like that? And we found that that wasn't a problem. And we also looked a little bit at the ecotoxicity, anything from these drainage from these systems, and also found under the worst case conditions, very little minimal bad effects. So we're also looking at, can we change the wood chips in these systems? Can we modify them so they work better for other things? Can they also remove phosphorus, for example? Can they hold on to some of the nitrate that's usually very mobile and going through them and hold on to it and therefore perform better? In this case, we were modifying the wood chips by adding iron and manganese. We also looked at modifying the wood chips thermally by creating biochar. And here's are some results of wood chip alone in blue versus what the phosphorus levels that went through there in a controlled experiment we did in cores filled with these media. That's something for the future, potentially. And what we're working on is trying to work across to provide some guidance like we have for riparian buffers and wetlands to help guide practical application of these systems in the world, in New Zealand in particular. So moving on to fans. These are trying to use often the problem we see in waterways that have high nutrients with algal growth particularly the Philolethus algae, that are like long green hairs, to say, can we grow them in a shallow flowway, and can we then harvest those and take out the nutrients? So in this case, the nutrients are being taken up by the algae, and if we harvest the algae, we can take them out, and we can recover that. Various uses. The simplest one would be to put it back on farmland as a slow release fertilizer, essentially, but there's potential to feed it and other things as well. And so we've gone from doing very small scale trials to doing trials on the stream side on some of the iwi owned trust farms. And here you can see 3 different options we've been looking at. And again, you can see it's pretty experimental, but in scale, these are sort of only about 20 centimeters wide, these long channels. And they wouldn't be the way you do it practically. But what we found is that natural algae that grow in these systems work fine, and they do change over the years, over time through the seasons. I mean, we were trying sort of very shallow ones where the algae is attached to the bottom, sort of more slightly deeper ones where the algae is growing on a mat suspended in the water, and then deeper systems on the right-hand side there where algae is at about 20 to 30 centimeters depth. So you've got greater algal sort of biomass in there, and you can harvest less frequently. And so we've got those performance data for those systems, and then we've been looking to increase that up to look at larger scale systems. And here you can see a comparison we're doing on in another site where we're looking at comparing performance of the algal systems and a constructed wetlands side by side, and the same stream water going through it. What we found is that the probably area for area that the algal system can probably do twice the performance of the wetland. But the corollary of that is that, or the other side of the coin is that you've got to harvest the system. So there's other costs involved with managing the system. And so one of the big things there is harvesting them. And you can see on the left there where we were harvesting it from a mat that's in the water that you can pull out and then clean off the algae, vacuum it off with a wet vacuum type system. Or on the right there, a new option, which is a little mobile sort of robotic system that goes around and picks up this algae and then goes back to base and puts it on and is harvesting it. So these are commercial systems that are available around now. So still a bit of a way to get this to being a prospective option, but it's interesting to think of, say, some of the big canals and drainage systems in some of the areas, the coastal Bay of Plenty there, where there's the option even of whether you can do these not on good farmland, but on actually within the waterways themselves. And detention or detainment bunds, most of the foundation work has been done in the Bay of Plenty, and we've worked a lot with John Patterson on that, helping to monitor those systems. And I probably won't say a lot more about that, but I think that's a really relevant system for the upland areas where you've got a bit more rolling country and where sediment-associated contaminants are important. So now just moving on to the fifth of our options, which is constructed wetlands. And yeah, we'll probably spend a little bit more time on those, seeing there's some really good examples that Bay of Plenty Regional Council has been involved with them there. And this is area that's dear to my heart, having worked a lot on these systems. So there's the 2 different systems. You've got there in the Bay of Plenty. And you've got others as well, but these are the 2 that are being monitored. We put together a guidance document on those maybe a couple of years ago now with NZ. It shows that really they are pretty good at removing multiple contaminants, robust under fairly variable flows. They pretty passive, low maintenance systems, and this has got a mind of its own now. And they have a whole lot of co-benefits as well, with biodiversity, landscape aesthetics, and flood management, and cultural aspects as well. Things like maybe getting some of the materials from them for weaving and things like that, as well as so just the basics of those is they need an initial sedimentation pond so that you can settle out that sort of course of sediment and it doesn't fill up and reduce the lifetime of the wetland, and that needs to be cleaned out every few years depending on the sediment load that's coming into it. Then you've got these open water zones which are just disperse water across the wetland and get it evenly moving through them. The real powerhouse is you need around 70% of the thing is relatively shallow, about 30 centimeters, dissipated zones, which do a lot of the removal, and most of that, we'll look at the next slide, that's happening through a whole range of different removal mechanisms that are happening there. The simple ones are that water coming in is the sediments in it are settling out and taking with that some of the contaminants like phosphorus that then settle out and accumulate in the wetland. You've got, but the plants are the obvious thing in these systems, and most people think obviously that's where most of the nutrients are going to go. But when you really do the sums, you find that plant uptake, given the loadings of nutrients into these things, is only a small component of it. What's really removing, particularly the nitrogen, is the organic matter that the plants, as they die back and put organic matter back into the wetland, is fueling bacteria, converting that nitrogen or that nitrate into nitrogen gas. Because it's a sort of a proper, a wetland system that's quite anoxic or had low oxygen and stuff like that, it really promotes removal of that nitrogen into nitrogen gas rather than nitrous oxide in general. The other things are E. coli and other fecal microbes dying off partly from exposure to sunlight, but exposure to their whole sort of ecosystem within this wetland. There's also a lot of fine biofilms or slimes that grow on the plants in the system, which are very sticky. So a lot of fine material ends up sticking to them and sloughing off into the bottom of the wetland. And these biofilms are, little powerhouses of bacteria doing these conversions into nitrogen gas and breaking down organic matter. Right. There's a lot of things going on in there. Constructed wetlands are good at dealing with surface runoff, artificial drainage, subsurface like groundwater flow. Of course, where there's deep groundwater flow that's missing out, that's going deep underneath, we won't be able to intercept those. So you've got these sort of multiple contaminants that they're able to intercept. And what we've been able to do in the guidelines is bring together information from New Zealand and internationally to develop sort of performance curves for these. And here's just an example for nitrogen. So we've got the percentage nitrogen reduction on the vertical axis, and then on the horizontal axis, the area of wetland relative to its catchment, so the percentage wetland. And the orange band there is for warm zones of New Zealand, so Bay of Plenty, and the blue for cool zones. But you can see there that as you increase your wetland area relative to your catchment, you get better performance. But it also flattens off after a while, and the increase in performance you get with increasing size drops off a little bit. So this is showing that at about say 2% of your wetland, of your catchment and wetland, you should be getting around 35% reduction in nitrogen on average, but it'll range from year to year between around a bit below 30% and up to 45 maybe. So it's just the reality of the performance of this is a lot to do with how water's entering them and how big a doses it comes in. So we've also got those performance curves for phosphorus and suspended sediment as well. But just looking here then, we've looked at all these different mitigations and there's a whole range of them, and it's just interesting to see what they can do and what they can't do and what co-benefits they are. So here on the left, we've got all these different, whole range of different mitigations going. Different buffers, riparian buffers through, and then you can see the coloured bands there are for different contaminants on the left-hand side. So nitrate in light blue, for example, and you can see that some of them are very good. Like if you look at, say, sediment trap, it can just remove sediment and maybe the associated nutrients with phosphorus with that. You look at something like a wood chip bioreactor, it can just do really nitrate. It does a little bit of bacteria, E. coli removal as well. If you look at detainment bunds, they're good at removing the particulate associated contaminants. But they don't, so if you look at these other things, many of them are ecosystems in their own right. So they have their own, but they also can remove multiple contaminants. They tend to be more multi-purpose than we can. So the other side of the agenda is the other side of the equation is what are the co-benefits that they provide. And there's obviously some that provide a lot more because they're actually ecosystems in their own right in a way, in terms of promoting either, in the case of, say, riparian buffers, better ecological conditions in the stream itself, as well as in those riparian zones. In the case of a wetland, constructed wetland, that's providing a new habitat in its own right. So it's sort of interesting looking at that as a whole and realizing that, a lot of the benefits of one thing aren't just one contaminant, and they aren't just contaminant removal. They're also the co-benefits, which really bring together the value proposition in terms of what they can do and how valuable they are in a particular situation. So work we're doing with Bay of Plenty regional councils and a number of others is trying to expand the evidence base we have for these wetland performance. A lot of the early work we did was on systems just treating tile drainage, so mainly dissolved nutrients coming out in subsurface drainage from agricultural fields. We're now looking at trying to look at whether we can increase that to include more sediment associated, where you've got more surface runoff and those sorts of flows. So this is showing the broader sort of range of different systems, 6 different wetlands that have been built in consultation with different regional councils. They've all been built according to the recent guidelines. And so we're really getting performance of these systems. This is just got a bit of a mind of its own, changing. But you can see the blue ones were some of the early sites we had, and now we've got these yellow star sites around the country. And, 2 of those in the Bay of Plenty. And so basically, we're measuring what's coming in and what's coming out of these systems. And a lot of that work has actually been done by the regional councils in terms of fortnightly grab samples, automated sampling of 3 to 5 high flow events each year. And we've also got continuous telemetry of flow, nitrate, and turbidity. And then the work we're adding to that is cleaning up that data. And it is, especially when you get this high resolution data, and James will be able to attest to this, I'm sure, that it takes a lot of work to clean up that data, to fill in gaps, to work out various data, and then to convert that into some sort of knowledge in terms of performance and reporting that back to the council and farmers who've been involved with this, and then use that to update our models, revise our guidelines, and improve the design of these systems. So, I don't know, how many of you have been out to the wetlands to have a look at them or driven past them? Probably quite a few. Yeah. So this is Tutu wetland. It receives inflows from surface drainage and groundwater up the catchment, which is partly kiwi fruit and partly dairy catchment. When it was dug out, it was found that it's a lot of peaty soils and there's a sandy ash layer. You can also see there I've shown just at the top right there of the wetland, sort of green area where the new second wetland designed at the same time has gone in, is going in. And that was actively being dug out the other day when I was there. So in terms of monitoring that, we've got some monitoring data, and we still haven't fully pulled it all together, but I'm going to show you what we've got so far. So here is the flow data from the period from July 2022 till pretty recently, and the red is the inflow and the blue is the outflow. And you can tell by that it's got some pretty peaky flows. In this case, going up to I think about over 200 litres per second, and the outflow is slightly delayed from the inflow, but yeah, it sort of follows the general thing. Although you'll see on the left-hand side that there's a lot more events in the wet periods that were when we were originally monitoring in 2022 and 23, and that sort of very wet summer due to the climate variations there. And then you can see as time's gone on, we've got into a much more dry period, which is why it's really important to monitor these systems over more than, you can't just monitor them for a year. You've got to monitor them over a period of time so you get the full spectrum of different flow events that they're trying to deal with. You'll also note that the blue line, the outflow, is generally just a little bit lower than, so it looks like we are actually losing some water to groundwater and this into the final drain that we're not measuring through our surface outflow. We're probably also getting groundwater inflows too that we're and so that's our challenge, is to account for those sort of changes. Water that's is usually really well treated, particularly for nitrates, because it's going through the organic sediments that build up in the base of the wetland. So it's not really a problem that you get some leakage out of these systems. That's part of the plan. And if we just look at a couple of different storm events during that time, in June and September of 23, here's the first one, and again the red's the inflow and the blue is the outflow. And you can see these funny lumpy inflows. So these are rainstorms where there's multiple peaks of inflow coming through. And you can see the delay in the outflow, so it buffers those flows to a certain extent, but sort of mirrors them to another extent as well. And this is another, a bit smaller flow, where you can see similar thing with a couple of peaks, a couple of small ones to start with, and then a couple of bigger, more jagged ones. And from here, I'm just going to show you some of the concentration data for some key contaminants. So red, in this case, I've got the total nitrogen, and the red is the inflow and the blue is the outflow, what being measured there. So you can see there's a pretty big difference between what's coming in and what's coming out of the wetland. What we're trying to do is link this flow and the concentration together to get a load of contaminants coming in. When the flows are high, obviously there's a lot more, and the concentrations are high, then you're getting a lot more coming through. So that's our sort of a thing of working out what's the long-term performance of these in terms of load removal. Here it is for phosphorus, and you can see that again quite a good reduction from inflow to outflow, from red to blue. And here's for E. coli. You can see at the beginning of these storm events some quite high flow, high E. coli flushing out of the landscape there, but the wetland outlet is pretty consistently low. So the axis for the measurements of these, or the scale for these, is on the right hand side. I'm sorry, it's a bit small, it's a little bit hard to see the actual numbers. So, but if we look at overall in terms of the concentration reductions over the whole period that we've been monitoring, and just take it at face value, we've got 89% removal of nitrate, nitrogen, 85% of ammonium nitrogen, 55% overall of total nitrogen. So it's a bit lower there, but that tells you that there's a bit of organic types of nitrogen that are being exported from the system, not lower, less available. And dissolved reactive phosphorus, 90%, total phosphorus, 75%, suspended solids, 43%, and E. coli, 80% reduction, which are pretty impressive removals for this. So yeah, our aim is then to convert this into load reductions rather than just concentration reduction. So we're looking to bring together this information over the next few months. We've got a report to MPI who's funding this us to bring this data together. We're also working with quite a few, with Bay Plenty and a few of the other regional councils to keep monitoring the performance of these systems so we get a few more years performance data, and then sharing the results with farmers and councils and industry and regulators to improve, extending and improving our performance database. And we've been collecting cost data of this too, so that we can look at what's the cost per kilogram of nitrogen removed or per farm hectare. And we'll look at refining our guidelines and trying to improve the tools we've got. Yeah, so I suppose we found that these practical guidelines have been quite a big benefit in terms of engaging with people and accelerating uptake, getting involvement with industry, thereby in standardizing designs so we can then standardize performance estimates for those designs, helping to get regulatory acceptance so that regulators can be sure that if these are put in, that they'll achieve a certain reductions. And then providing these sort of demonstrations and case studies of how they work, and showing in different areas of the country, people to come out and have a look at them and see what's involved. And as well as our work, there's a whole range of other different farmers who've been switched into these options on their land, and are the sort of heroes of making these things happen. And more recently, got a few more heroes in the Bay of Plenty as well. Looking at Bay Gold and their role in this too. So yes, hopefully you're still maybe having lunch while you're listening here, or otherwise you're going to be starving. We've looked. There's a whole range of different mitigation options available, and they're suitable in different sorts of situations. Their cost effectiveness depends a lot on the landscape type they're in, and what's appropriate, what flow paths they're able to intercept. We need to look at providing the right mitigation for the right situation that's going to be able to intercept the dominant flow path for the contaminant of most concern. And constructed wetlands, which we've sort of focused on a little bit more here, and there's some really good examples here in the Bay of Plenty. They've got pretty wide applicability in terms of the range of contaminant types they can treat for, the flow pathways, the landscapes that they can be made to work in, and also the sort of co-benefits that they can provide. Manawatu constructed wetland looks like, from monitoring data, like it's doing a pretty good job. And there's lots of other potential applications within the catchment along all those little sub-catchments along the road as you go along there. So it's interesting that it's sort of a approach that could be spread along the catchment with similar results. And then just to sort of think about what's needed to accelerate implementation of these systems, just a sort of a bit of an overview here. Certainty about what's the problem and what's required to fix it, so that farmers sort of know that, we're heading in this direction, and this is what we've got to try and achieve. So this kind of clear plan and regulation that sort of backs it up is certainly one of the drivers to realize that this is something that's actually happening and that we have got to address. Getting clear information about the options and their performance and their costs, and that's where guidelines are part of that equation there. demonstration so that, you know, seeing is believing, seeing that, oh, this is not so scary. This is what you meant. Is visually seeing it, being able to come out and seeing what happens and see that they, you're going to be able to see the real performance in your own area is pretty good at getting people to buy in. And another thing is, and this is where I suppose council really comes in, is having rules and policies that promote rather than create hurdles to uptake, and just the whole having to go through an expensive process to get consents for these things is a pretty big turnoff for a lot of farmers to invest in these systems. It creates uncertainty about what's going to be required, and uncertainty about what the outcome might be, and put the cost up before. So yeah, thank you. This research that we've talked about today is done over quite a few years, and as well as the Doubling Diffuse On-Farm Pollution Mitigation Program. It brings together information from a wide variety of different sources, and right from farmers to council to researchers and collaborators. So, thank you for that. And yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Certainly gives us food for thought. I mean, we're building another one down at Cutwater Road, so I'm sure Pim has taken note of all your positive outcomes in terms of X. So just Chris, one question from me. How long is the water in that Baniatutu Road? How long is the water in that wetland for? Is it days? Is it weeks?
It varies a lot, yeah. So during bigger flow events, it might come down to, you know, 3 or 4 hours during very big events. And then during periods where there's just a little bit of base flow, it can be up to weeks. But yeah, normally in the right realm of days, really, you know, 2 or 3 days is the idea. Yeah.
Chair Leader.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Your last question, Chair, we need to understand that the way the water gets out of the wetland, it's pumped out.
Yes,
So
yeah, I know.
if the high flow is greater and the capacity of the pump is smaller than inflow, you're going to have a retention.
Yeah.
But in normal circumstances, you're
It's in and out.
yeah,
Yes,
well,
based
yeah,
on hydraulic
on
model.
the switch, you see.
So in this case, the outflow is by gravity at the end of the wetland. So in the Maniatutu wetland, it is got a drain inflow, and it flows back into the original drain that it used to go down.
All right.
Yeah.
So it's great.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I think you're probably talking of the Cutwater Road type system, where you've got these sort of pump drainage systems where the water's going to be draining, going to be pumped into and out of the systems to maintain the agriculture above them.
Yep. Yep.
Chair, just a comment. One of the last comments Chris made, and it's not a criticism, but it's a fact, that young woman, Olivia, who was part of Bay Gold, mentioned to the minister that one of the most difficult issues they had to deal with, and they just about walked away from this whole program of work, was the consenting process. So I think if we want some of these progresses, we've got to have that really pragmatic approach as to how we deal with it. So, obviously no, and it's not for this forum, but I think we just need to know that.
Yeah, I would really reiterate that talking with farmers and things, you know, like potentially these things are done beside a waterway, maybe associated with a waterway. There's sort of, you know, earth moving. There's all sorts of range of different things that trigger multiple resource consents. Yeah, so that is a real challenge to get these, which is then the disincentive, the hurdles that are placed in front of people trying to do something good. Even sometimes the protections for natural wetlands can be an issue as well, because, you know, even if you've got a highly degraded wetland, if it's classed as a wetland, you're really, unless it can be classed as restoration, then you are limited by what you can do in that area.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Can you send a copy of your report through to us? Because we need to see some of those numbers again.
Yes.
If that would be good, so that we've got a copy on file.
Yep. Okay.
Very much, Chris.
Radio. Thank you very much too. Yeah.
Cheers. Okay, would somebody like to move that Chris's presentation be received? Campbell. Please say aye. Against carried. Right, final report is Joe. Joe's here. So this is our quarterly rates collection status update. It's all good news, right, Joe? Well, people paying it are probably the bane of their lives, but for us, it's pretty good news.
Yeah, it has been. It has been. I think this report has been read.
It's all read.
Yeah, it has been, and I think just the hard work that was done last year has really sort of reinforced the good result again this year. And I guess with my team having that confidence to really advocate the council has also shown that, you know, we've got a bit more sort of integrity within the community. So it has been a good result this year.
Any questions to Joe? 8,000 reminder letters out of a possible 150,000 clients. That's what it is, eh?
Yeah, so last week we just did our final reminder and that was down to just below 7,000.
Yeah, just a comment, that 8,000 though can be quite brutal at the end of the day. We have to put this bits up. Here I've had to do it.
Oh.
And as a council, you're gonna all have to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some people just won't be able to afford to pay their rates.
Lyle, did you have a question? No. Okay, we just received the report from Joe. Thank you very much for that. Keep us updated. Just a quarterly report. So, right, thank you, Joe. Oh, can we have a move in a second of Joe's report? Councillor Crosby, Moana, thank you. Right. So that concludes our meeting. Thank you for your input. Thank you to staff. Councillors.
Can you just say we're going straight into the next one?
Are we?
We are.
Oh, right. For those of you on Zoom, we are not having a lunch break.
Yet.
We are going straight into the council meeting. So I'll declare this operations and monitoring closed. And we're going straight into the council meeting. So don't go offline. You don't have to go into a different Zoom room.